Do you need to test them? Test.
Hello?
Good morning. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property in order to create new lots. My name is Bruce Mullock. On the panel this morning are Yim Chan, Sahir Bayat, and Carl Nipfel. I will now proceed to the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who wish to participate virtually and who have registered in advance will be connecting via their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone. They have the option of participating by way of video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time, and we ask that you also mute your devices until you are called upon to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist status when their item is being heard, and during this time your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, however. At all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. We're getting some echo here. I'm not sure why. There, it's gone again. Okay. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on a particular application must fill out a decision request card. Those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed the rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, and specified persons and public bodies as defined in the Act are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if requested by the panel. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. And I will comment to you as you're approaching the 5-minute mark. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. And remember to confine your remarks to the matters that are outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee if requested by the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application, if substantially revised, in order to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all the speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have the opportunity to rebut, but only to those issues which were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are there minutes from the last meeting to be confirmed?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and panel members. Yes, August 9th, 2023, as well as August 16th, 2023 minutes.
Okay. We will need a motion. Mr. Nipfel to approve, seconded by Mr. Byatt. All in favor, please. Show of hands. Motion is carried. Are there any declarations of interest, either by panel or staff? Seeing none. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral on this morning's segment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Item number 5, 185 Gerrard Street East, file number A434/23TEY. And it's for improper notification. The sign was not posted in time. And then item number 10, 68 Douglas Drive, file number A0579/23TY. I believe the applicant wants time to consult. And through you, Mr. Chair, there are no items to be closed for this morning.
Okay, then those are coming up fairly quickly, so perhaps we'll simply work toward them. So the number 5 one is deferred because of,
I believe it's because the sign was not posted in time.
oh, the sign was not posted at the time of the site. Okay, very good. Okay, then. Well, let's do those ones first. So let's go to number 5. Do we have the applicant for number 5 standing by, moderator? If not, we'll go to number 1.
For you, Mr. Chair, they were here, but they left. I'm just going to contact them again.
Okay, see if you can connect.
Trying to unmute myself. Good morning.
Good morning.
I hope that you can hear me
We hear you clearly.
because I
Thank
don't
you.
hear you, but I see that this is my project. Mr. Chairman, the committee, the reason that I am here today is to ask for deferral of the hearing because of the timing with the sign on the site.
Can you tell us what
I
happened?
hope you can postpone my hearing to the first possible meeting.
Okay, so just briefly,
I
please.
still don't hear you.
Excuse me, are you able to hear me? Are you able to hear me?
He said before he couldn't hear you.
He can't hear us. Okay, okay.
And I still don't hear you.
You do not hear us, okay. Okay, then,
Hello?
so. Hello, we can hear you. We do hear you. There are people here.
So let's stop for a minute. We need to stop, and we'll need to see if we can get audio on WebEx. YouTube is fine, it's WebEx that people can't hear.
May I ask, is anyone here in the audience, the in-person audience, here for item number 5 or item number 10? Those are
Douglas or something.
185 Gerrard and 68 Douglas. Okay, you're here for which one of those two, please? 68. 68 Douglas. Thank you.
And can I ask that everyone mute their cell phones, please? Thank you.
Okay, do we think we have audio back on WebEx?
Can I switch to my phone then and call you?
Testing, 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 testing. 1, 2, 3. That's
I don't hear you. Sorry. I
testing.
hope that I
1,
can
2,
express
3.
my intention to defer this hearing to another possible other time. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Daniel, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hello?
Now we've got echo in here.
I just want to say that my letter of deferral was also sent to Stanley Wu, and I hope that that was presented to you, and we can deal with this issue in this way.
Okay, everyone, we're just dealing here with some audio issues. Apparently, some people can hear, others cannot, depending on their method of connection to the hearing. So we're just going to get these sorted out before we proceed. The gentleman who's standing by right now on his application, he can't hear us, but we can hear him.
Hello?
All right. Do you hear me now, applicant?
If he can see you, he could read that.
Very good. Okay.
Can you hear us? Daniel, are you able to hear us now?
Thank you very much.
So he's able to read that.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Can anyone hear me?
Test 1, 2, 3.
It says others can't hear me. Oh.
Daniel, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Good morning, and terribly sorry for this misconnection.
Very good. Good morning, Daniel. I think the misconnection was at our end, so I think we've got it cleared up now. Good. Okay, then. All right. We understand that you would like to see your application deferred. Just tell us briefly, the sign went up late, I understand. Can you tell us what happened?
Generally speaking, I received the sign too late on Monday, which is really 10 days ago, and I posted immediately when I received this sign. I understand that on your end, on the Committee of Adjustment end, the sign was sent to me earlier. Unfortunately, I didn't get that in my email, and I didn't get that from the website. So it was kind of unfortunate, but I understand that this is the situation in which I have to ask for deferral.
Now we understand. Okay. And it's most important that the sign is displayed with the appropriate time
Yes.
for the public to take note. Okay, then, panel members, it is moved to defer by Mr. Nipfel. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Byatt. All in favor? Show of hands, please. Motion carried. That application is deferred. And we'll jump now to item number 10, which is also the subject of a deferral request. Let's have the agent join us, please. Good morning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the agent is not on the line. I'm going to try and contact
The
them.
agent for number 10 is not on the line. Okay.
They're not.
All right, then, in that case, we'll give the agent, we'll go back to our regular order then. So, and we'll go to number 1, and when we get to number 10, we'll see if the agent has joined us then. So we now are going to the numerical order of applications this morning. Item number 1 is 64 Lippincott Street, and on this application, the panel has before it the materials submitted at the time of application, site plans, floor plans, surveys, elevations. There is a staff report from Transportation. And there is a letter of concern from 66 Lippincott, which would appear to be the house or property next door. So let's have that applicant join us, please.
Maggie, you've been unmuted.
Hear me? Oh.
Hi, Maggie, you're very faint. Can you speak into the mic?
Hello? This is Maggie. Hi.
We,
Hello?
we still can't hear you. You're quite faint. Maybe turn up the volume on your device?
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
You're still very faint, Maggie. We can't hear you.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Maggie, do you understand that we hear the sound of your
Can you
voice?
hear me?
Say that again, please.
Can you hear me now?
Right now, you're very good. We do hear you.
Good. Okay. Awesome. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, the Board of Committee members.
Good morning to you. Okay. Panel members, on this application, is there any request for a presentation? Yes? No. Oh, question. I think we'll go right to questions then. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Loke, variance number 5 is one that I have some questions about. A home occupation may not have an employee working who is not the business operator, and in this case, there are 3 employees working within the main building. Can you explain to me why you can't comply with the bylaw?
Bylaw allows only the owner to operate the business. So our client is planning to have a personal service, possible a nail spa. So she would definitely require help. So we are planning to have at least 2 to 3 employees to help her to run the business. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Yes, we're just thinking about
Okay,
your response.
okay.
That's all. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, so the current bylaw only allows the owner to be the only person working for this business. That's the reason we request for 3 employees.
I should tell you that your voice, we're hearing you now, but it's a little bit distorted by electronically. So speak slowly when you are speaking, please. Okay, so so there will be 2 people that don't live in the house that will be working there. Is that the idea?
Our request, Your Honor, is 3 employees not living in the house come during the day to help with the owner.
I'm sorry. You see, whatever happened there, we missed the start of that and heard the end. How many employees?
3.
3.
3 employees. Yes.
Will there be, what kind of a business is it? Could you explain the business to us slowly?
Personal service, so it will be a nail spa.
I'm sorry, we can't understand.
Nail spa.
Nail
It's a
spa.
personal,
It's a nail spa, so there will also be clients coming to have their nails done.
yes, right.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, my concern, and that answer is just maybe even more concerned. My concern is I'm not sure number 5 is a variance. That sounds like a bylaw amendment to me.
I also want to add, it sounds like it's employment use. I thought the home business is really restricted to the owner or have their little office or something like that. It's the home occupation. But this is got 3 employees and with clients, I think this is the employment use. Yeah.
Any further questions, panel members? Mr. Byte, go ahead.
Yeah, my concern more particularly is with the laneway suite that you're proposing, a 3-level laneway suite. And while I understand one door where you've got an apartment building, but there is a space in between, my concern is that the homes at the rear of your property and the homes, I believe, to the north of your property may be dwarfed in many ways in the backyard, because you're putting in essentially a 4-level structure, because you've got a basement plus 3 floors, so garage plus 2 on top. This really looks like a massing situation, so I'm concerned about that. Perhaps you could speak to it.
Is there a question?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if this is going to be an acceptable structure. It just seems to be very, very tall. There is a person who's written in letter of concern. I think it might be 66 LIPPINCOTT, that has also raised the issue of being dwarfed in sunlight being blocked.
Yeah, okay. All right, then, question or comment?
Question, Sorry, question to the applicant. Variance number 3, do you have a diagram showing how much penetration that you're asking for?
Can you explain what is the penetration you're referring to?
You are the applicant. That variance number 3, you are penetrating the 45-degree angular plane at the rear. Can you show us a diagram or the side elevations indicating how much penetration there is so we can see?
I guess the question is,
So we have page number 8.
Because I'm trying to find it, but I think that you have some, but I cannot find it at the moment. So can you show
Going
us?
down. Yep, it's a page 8407, 406.
okay, just give us a moment to see if we can put that up. Page 8. Is it drawing number 8?
So it
No,
is,
406.
Oh, there it is, okay.
so it's basically the whole third floor, that corner. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
That's what we wanted, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any further
So
questions, panel?
actually,
Any further questions before we take the application?
One small question is also your variance number 4, the area in between the house and the laneway house. There's no soft landscaping at all, right? Why?
That's a question for you, applicant.
it's existing. The soft landscaping is existing. We are not removing them.
Please repeat that. Somehow we got this electronic distortion.
Yeah, that's all we can see if it's from your survey, but there's no landscaping indicating, and you're asking for 0 permission, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So why can't we have some landscaping? Can you explain why? Yeah.
Okay, looking at the survey, so the existing lot, the existing backyard there's no soft landscaping. That's existing.
There's none in the existing
Remains
situation.
existing.
Okay.
If I might, Mr. Chair, the 0 only applies to the strip of land between the lane and the laneway suite. Variance number 4.
Oh, okay. Oh,
So it's that strip that you have to drive over.
Right.
oh, okay. So, but then what is the landscaping in the backyard then? From your survey, it's all what? It's at the moment it's all.
Paved.
Maybe
I
that's.
think she said paved.
It's all
Existing
paved.
condition is all, yeah.
Then why isn't there a variance?
So why is there
Yeah.
no variance? That's why I got mixed up there.
Yeah.
If it's all paved, don't you need 85% of the area to be soft landscaping? I think that's the laneway house bylaw.
There's no variance on the application, so, but that's a concern, obviously. Okay, panel, if there are no further questions, I think we're prepared to go into committee on this application for a decision. Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move that the application be denied. I have real concerns with what is being referred to as, my colleague indicated, it's being referred to as a home business, but it sounds like it's basically a full business. I'm not sure that number 5 is a variance. I think it's a bylaw amendment. I think there's a variance missing, as my colleague indicated. There should be some landscaping in the rear yard, and there's no variance, and there's no existing landscaping. I think that's a problem. The extra height of the laneway suite is a concern. I agree with Mr. Zaire, and some of the people objecting raised the exact same issue. It conflicts with the angular plane. I frankly don't see any merit in this application, and I don't think we've had reasonable answers from the applicants, so I'd like to move that the application be denied.
That's seconded by Ms. Chan.
Oh, I also like to add the comment.
Go ahead.
The reason why I also support the denial is that the spirit of the laneway house bylaw is to increase in a gentle way home residential use. And this is a business property in a way, and also it's 3-story. I think that is actually not inconsistent with the spirit of the laneway house bylaw. And in that regard, I think, and also the landscaping is, even if it's existing, you should say it's paved or some kind of indication. So it's not very, very clear to me what it is in the backyard. So I cannot support it as it is.
Are you seconding the motion?
Yeah, I will second the motion, yes.
It is therefore moved and seconded to refuse. Those in favor, please, show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. The application is thereby refused. Item number 2 is 679 Vaughan Road. 679 Vaughan. And on this application, the materials before the panel are those submitted at the time of application. There are 3 photographs of the property from February. And there is an order to comply, which affects the property from 2023. Let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application.
Good morning to you. Okay, panel members, any request here for a presentation? Questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, you have a 3rd floor, I think it's the 3rd floor, 2nd floor, balcony at the back that has overview to both properties, east and west. Would you have any concern with putting some privacy screening on either sides of that balcony?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that was already approved on a building permit. We actually, and I have no problem attaching it as a condition to this application, but it wasn't part of this submission. The owner in a basement apartment without a permit after he had gotten the permit for the upper 2 units. Since the new bylaw has come in, now the basement apartment complies, but the entry stairs from or existing entry stairs, the basement walkout is where the variance comes from. So we will be getting a permit for the basement unit, but the balcony is already in place. And if you'd like to attach that as a condition, I have no problem with that.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions for the applicant?
Just one quick one, Chair. One of the photographs is of the garage. Is there any purpose to that one?
Yeah, I'm not actually, I don't know why that picture was included, but no, there is no purpose to that other than to show, I believe that was for the trees on the property and that there aren't any.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, then I think we're ready to take this application into committee. Anyone ready with the motion? Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's a very straightforward application, and although the balcony is there, it does have overview. So I'd like to move approval of the application subject to screening of the 2nd floor balcony on the east and west edges.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. Motion carried, and that application is approved. Item number 3. 555 Bloor Street East. The panel has before us plan submitted at time of application. There's a photograph from April, bylaw from the applicant received in April. There's a planning rationale by the agent August 24th, and supporting materials including minor variance decision from 2008 affecting the property, 25th of August. There is email correspondence from City Planning and staff reports from Urban Forestry, from City Planning, and from TTC. Correspondence received includes correspondence in concern from 1 Edgedale Road and opposition correspondence from 5 and 7 Edgedale, 11, and 9 Edgedale. So let's have the applicant join us, please, by stating your name.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're
Members,
here.
My name is Christian.
Yes, good. Good morning to you. Yes, we have this applicant in person. Please come up and, you're the applicant?
Hello.
The applicant's online. He's speaking to you. Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
Yep.
Okay, then, I
Good morning,
apologize.
Mr. Chair.
Just let me clarify. So you, sir, are speaking to this application? I am. Thank you. Very good, very good. Okay. Okay, then, applicant, if you don't mind, I'll ask you once again, please, to state your name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Christian Chen. I'm the planner and agent for the applicant Vine Holding Corporation. My address is 157 Adelaide Street West, Toronto.
Very good. Okay, Mr. Chen, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can ask staff to pull up the site plan for the application in the documents, just to explain the site a little bit. So we can see here on the site plan, sir, that the site is irregular in shape. It's triangular, so it represents a half lot. And it's the only lot accessed by the private roadway and the only property that fronts onto Bloor Street East, but it's accessed on the west side by Edgedale Road, which is a private road. So the site is currently developed with a one-story commercial office building. This building was approved for commercial uses in 2008 by the Committee of Adjustment. It was recognized in that decision as a legal non-conforming use at that time. In terms of staff consultation, I've spoken with city planning staff, and I note that they have a condition that we agreed to, of course, and then there's also a TTC condition to conduct a technical review, and then also an urban forestry condition with respect to the tree that's on Edgedale Road immediately south of the site. So the proposed building, sir, is 2 stories, so 1 story in addition to the existing building. However, this will be constructed with new construction. And there will be a rooftop terrace with an amenity space. So I would suggest to the committee that, should it be approved, that a privacy screening should be implemented on the south side of the rooftop terrace. So the building has a maximum height of 9.29 meters. The maximum height of 13 meters is permitted and is not a variance. So this, interestingly, sir, is a proposal for a small-scale office use in a neighborhood designation. And I'd just like to point to the committee with regards to the policies that are provided for in OPA 612, which is the local neighborhood retail and services study that was approved by City Council last summer with amendments to the OP, the neighborhoods policy for policy 4.1.3. So in my opinion, sir, the proposed small-scale office use meets the intent of all the OPA 612 policies. And just to go through the rationale for the variances requested with regards to variance number 1 for the office use. Again, this small-scale office, it's no more than 327 meters squared. It doesn't require a loading space. A small-scale office use is now permitted use in a neighborhood designation pursuant to OPA 612. So also this proposal is fronting onto a major arterial and is located, the 241 meters squared, so just about 2,500 square feet is located above grade. There are no minimum parking spaces required pursuant to bylaw 89/2022, which was approved by City Council last year for the use. With respect to the floor space index, the lot, as we can see on the site plan, is extremely small compared to any other lot in the immediate vicinity, and the lot is triangularly shaped. So if the lot were squared off, a full rectangular lot, the proposed FSI would be approximately half of what is proposed at 1.83 FSI. I did an analysis of the rest of the homes on Edgedale Road, and the house immediately to the south, also with an irregular lot, as you can see on the site plan here, has a FSI of approximately 1.80 times the area of the lot. So the immediate context is comprised of a variety of land uses and building characteristics on Bloor Street East, such as a church, low, mid, and high-rise apartments, a fire station, and mixed-use buildings. So in my opinion, the immediate context has no prevailing characteristics, and the proposal is for the smallest scale building in the entire immediate context. With regards to the setbacks, we can see here on the site plan and survey that there are existing 0-meter setbacks for front, rear, and sides. So the proposed building is to be constructed with the same building setbacks as the existing building. We can also see here on the site plan, sir, that there's a right-of-way, and this is indicated on the survey and the supporting documents I've highlighted in green. There's a right-of-way that's 91 centimeters between the buildings, And this is implemented by land registry instruments that provides a separation distance between the buildings of 0.91 meters. So the distance between the buildings of 11 Edgedale Road and the existing and proposed building is equivalent to the minimum required side yard setbacks in the R zone of bylaw 569/2013, which are 0.45 meters and 0.45 meters if there are no openings. So with regards to neighborhood concerns, the site, I know there's parking concerns, but the site is located approximately 270 meters from Sherbourne TTC, or 70 meters from the Castle Frank TTC subway station.
Mr. Chan?
So the site is...
Mr. Chan, I'll
Yes,
ask you
thank
now
you,
to
sir.
give us your final thought, please.
I will, sir. So the site is within 2 protected major transit station areas as approved by council last summer, and is within walking distance of the subway station, has a separated bike lane in front of the property. So I recommend, sir, the approval of the variances subject to the conditions, city planning, TTC, and urban forestry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, we do have a speaker actually in person here with us this morning. So let's hear from that speaker panel, and then we can go with questions.
My name is Marshall Gould, and I live at 11 Edgedale Road, which is 3 feet away from 555. I'm one of 7 neighbors of 555, every one of us who objects to this proposal. The houses were built in 1903. St. Simon's Church is even older. We're all on the historical list, and we feel that this will not add to the beauty of the area. In fact, it will detract from it. Making 555 larger will also add to the already existing problems with garbage and parking. The owners of 555 are nice people, but they can't control what their staff does, and increasing their staff will increase the problems with traffic and with garbage. So my home, as I said, is 3 feet away from 555. So if they build a brick wall, that will kill all the light. It's a semi-detached home, so on the south, obviously, semi-detached, there's nothing there. Towards the east, they've just put up 2 high-rises, which severely limits the lighting that we get. In front of us, it's St. Simon's Church, a brick wall again, so we're limited because of the high-rises slightly distant from St. Simon's. So the only views and light we get is from the north side. If they are allowed to build higher, we'll either have a brick wall running the length of our house, or we'll have windows. And the problem with windows there is that these windows will look into 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. So you say, okay, put up drapes. Well, that means basically cutting off all light to the house. .555's proposal does not increase housing, it increases more office space. So in my view, the city has a responsibility to protect the quality of life of its people, and allowing 555 to grow even bigger adds to the benefit of the owners, but certainly does not add to anyone at Edgedale. And in fact, we at 11 Edgedale will have all light and all views disappear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, questions for the speaker? Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Can you explain, is it a right-of-way that runs on the north side of between your property and the proposal? There's a strip of land, and the applicant's point was that the strip of land is equivalent to what the setback would normally be. Is that right-of-way in your honor, their honor? Do you know anything about
I
that?
don't know how to answer that, actually.
Okay.
It is, it's an alleyway approximately this wide, and my partial understanding is that goes right down the middle. I own maybe 1.5 feet, and they own 1.5 feet. That's my understanding. I'm not sure if that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
As I listened to you, you talked about the brick wall and the impact it would have on you in terms either of reducing sunlight or
any views
that
outside.
involves involving windows with overlook. But could you describe the current situation, the existing situation that you have lived with?
This is not the current situation now. no.
Tell me the current situation. How does this change? What's the impact of the change?
Okay, the current situation is I can see out of the second floor windows and the third floor windows, and I can see out of half the first floor windows. If this building goes ahead, that's all gone. I will get no light from any of those windows. 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, living room, and hallway.
Is the current, am I right, you've just described the width of this right-of-way as something like this?
Yes.
Is that the distance now between your wall and the wall of these?
Yes, yes.
It is.
Say 3 feet, whatever.
So it's reducing this down to,
No, it's not so much, I don't know if they're going to actually build on that 1.5 feet. They might, I don't really know. It's more the problem of all light will be killed. And again, if they do build on that, that means they're even closer to my windows.
but it's the additional height that's probably going to.
The height is the problem.
The sunlight impact, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that's the only light that comes into the house, basically.
Okay.
From that side.
okay, now I do have to, I'm sorry, are there any other questions, panel members, for the speaker? We now need to, okay, speaker. So now what we're going to do now is the applicant does have an opportunity now to speak in rebuttal to what you've said. And, but I'll ask the applicant to only address the matters that you've raised. So applicant, your opportunity now to comment in response.
Thank you, sir. So I just took some notes while I was listening to Marshall, Mr. Gold, and I thank him for his comments. With regards to the heritage designation, even prior to submission, I was in extensive discussions with city planning staff, and none of the discussions pertain to the heritage designation or requirements, and HBS staff, I would assume, have reviewed the application and provided no comment. So to that end, sir, I provide to you that there are no heritage concerns from the city.
No,
I've
that's
certainly been
no,
before this committee before.
I'd like you to respond to Mr.
number of-
Gould's concerns. Mr. Gould's concerns were reduction because of the height, reduction in sunlight, or if there are windows in that wall, overlook. That's what I'd like you to respond to, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, I do remember his first point with regards to heritage character of the houses on Edgedale, so I was just responding to that.
Pardon me?
But of course, with respect to massing, I'd just like to add again that this right-of-way is required. There's no building going to be happening on it, and I just pulled the instrument now. And the reason for this right-of-way is for all eaves, downpipes, cornices, drain pipes, chimney breasts, overhanging windows, side entrances, and steps. So this is ostensibly to provide access for both properties in between them and to provide that separation. So the distance, I also measured the distances between 9 and 7 Edgedale Road with their side yard setbacks. And between 5 and 3 Edgedale Road, these are all the homes to the south, and all their side yard setbacks where they have that cut in between the buildings is approximately between 0.8 and 0.9 meters. This is according to the city's mapping system. Also, that 11 Edgedale Road has a 0 meter north side setback to that right of way. And 11 Edgedale Road also has a height of 2.5 stories. So this is higher than what's proposed. And again, sir, the maximum permitted height for the property is 13 meters. The proposal is for 9.29 meters and provides a separation distance and the setback distance of 0.9 meters from the other building, which is the exact same condition if the site were to be developed as another detached house north of the property. So if we could conceptualize a as-of-right development, it's below the maximum permitted height and has the same setback distance from the building at 11 Edgedale Road. So in my opinion, the impact that is proposed, or the impact that is assumed, is the exact same impact that would be experienced for an as-of-right development if this development were to be a detached house on a rectangular lot. I'm just going through my notes for... Again, I can understand and appreciate that development can produce other conditions to an existing condition that has been in existence for a long time. But when I'm taking a look at this through my professional planning lens, I see what would an as-of-right development be on this lot. And in fact, an as-of-right development of a 13 meter tall building with a 0.9 meter setback to 11 Edgedale Road would be greater than what is proposed before you here today. There were also some concerns with respect to garbage and parking. So again, I'd like to bring to the committee's attention that bylaw 89 2022 removed parking requirements for certain levels of development. And if there were any parking impacts, then there would be a variance before you here today. And again, I'd just like to note that the proposal is within 2 protected major transit station areas. And there's a bike lane that's immediately in front of the site. So of course, with all this is the city's intent to have the impacts of parking reduced, and recognizing that it is desirable to have active transportation and transit usage even in a dense and compact downtown neighborhood.
I shall ask for your final comment now, please.
Those are my final thoughts. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Panel members, questions for the applicant. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification, if you might. I'm looking at drawing A0.23. That's your south elevation. So I'm assuming that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that the gentleman who just spoke from 11, I forget the name of the road, Edgedale. His house would be immediately south of this this elevation drawing that I see?
Yes, sir, that's correct. There's that 0.9 meters separation right away that exists between the proposal and the existing building at 11 Edgedale.
And your second floor is set back somewhat, from what I gather. How far back does your neighbor's property extend? Would it be right at the end of the property, or at the end of your building, or would it be somewhere along the second floor?
11 Edgedale would project, if you can go turn to the site plan 8001, we can see the footprint of the existing building at 11 Edgedale, and the rear portion of 11 Edgedale projects east and beyond the proposed building. So actually, that's a good one there to see. So we see the arrows going down at the right side of the building there. You can see the extent of where the second story would be, which is approximately halfway through the length of 11 Edgedale Road.
Okay, thank you.
So we can see the east portion of the proposal is one story there at approximately half the building depth of 11 Edgedale.
Right.
And I do note that the buildings on Edgedale, the residential buildings to the south, they all have, they're 2.5 stories. So 2 full stories, and then they have a third story that's approximately the 50% of the front of the existing residential building to the south. And there are roof decks as well on the rear portion of the buildings to the south on Edgedale Road.
Thank you.
Mr. Nipfel, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chan, you have my sympathies. This is a difficult site to develop. I appreciate that. I know it really well. The variance I have the most trouble with is the setback from the south property line, and I was initially inclined to not support that, which basically would render the site almost undevelopable, because you'd have to have a 7.5 meter setback, I believe, from the south property line. But what I think is more reasonable, because I am persuaded by the adjacent owner's concern for the loss of light, if you look at the site plan again, that triangle on the right-hand side that has all the arrows, 7383, that basically, in your plan, is just a single-story storage room. And it seems to me that the simplest solution to the issue would be to not build that storage room and leave the rest of the building alone. Is that something you would consider? I think it begins to address the concerns of the people that are to the south who live, as the gentleman indicated, in heritage properties. And this gentleman who spoke to us, he has no other light. It would give him more light, and the loss to your development would be a storage room. If we look at the, and I stand to be corrected if I'm wrong, but if you look at the ground floor plan, you can see that triangle is just a storage room. It's off an open area. It's not an essential boardroom, an office, or any of those sorts of things. So from my perspective, and I appreciate I'm not designing the building, but it doesn't look like it's all that integral to what you're proposing to do. So I'd be interested to know whether that storage room could be removed, and therefore the light would progress right through that triangle onto the property to the south.
Sir, yes, I'm just contemplating that right now. I'm just looking at a street view image of the property, and that one-story storage room that you see on the plan there is exactly the same as what exists there now on the site. So while I'm looking at the street view image of the existing triangular eastern portion of this, if there's, you can see there on that image, it's a little bit not as clear as going from south, looking to the southwest. But that, you can see there, sir, that there's a one-story portion of the existing building down there. That's a little outcrop. So that is what is proposed to go in.
But your building extends slightly past that, does it not, or am I wrong? Is on the photo, your proposal, the building extends actually further to the east, does it not?
For the second-story portion, it does not. That first-story portion is replacing the existing first-story portion.
Okay.
I do believe that the replacement storage portion there, if we would want to call that, is going to be slightly higher than what exists there on the site now. So I'm just looking at the height in meters of that proposed section, and it appears to me that it is going to be, if you can just bear with me to do the calculations.
So if he brought it down to that.
About 3.69 meters. So what is being proposed, sir, is a portion for that storage room that would be slightly higher than what you would see on site now.
About how much?
I'm attempting to make those calculations as well, sir. So I'm just going off the previous plans that were submitted and approved by the Committee of Adjustment in 2008. 1.7, 1.2. So the existing one-story section there is about 2.4 meters or 8 feet. We're going to 3.69. So approximately 1.2 or 3 feet higher than that exists there. So what I can propose, sir, is that we have that existing one-story storage room remain as the same height as before, that portion is no higher than 2.4 meters as existing.
Thank you. That's quite reasonable. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Very good. Any further questions,
And we
panel?
can have that as a condition.
Any further questions, panel, for the speaker? I'm not hearing any, so I think we're ready to take the application into committee for discussion and to come up with a motion. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I can start with a couple comments. I agree with Mr. Niffel that if you look at these developments, either you look at it whether it can be developed or not, really. If you do not agree with the variances, there were 3 variances regarding to the setbacks. Does not matter what you do, those variants will be there, right? So the only thing is they increase their FSI, and I think that with this site, the current proposed design is the optimum they can do, and I think that it still remains quite sensitive. Especially he also proposed to keep the existing one-story storage at the same height, because when you look at the massing, it's actually stepping back. So the bulk of the height is more or less what it is now. So I think that either you allow it to develop this site or not. I think that it should be allowed to develop. So I'm in support with this application, with the compromise of keeping the storage height, the existing height, and also the planning conditions.
Are you making a motion to?
Oh, no, no, I wait till other comments.
The only comment I have was to the Deputy Secretary Treasurer. With the planning condition that building is substantially in agreement with these plans, if we adjust that height and we add screening on the south side of the rooftop deck, are we still okay to do that, or do we have to add a proviso to the planning condition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you'll have to revise because the plans may not show this revision that's been imposed, right? So you'll have to say it in words.
Yes.
Okay.
As part of the
I
condition.
think that we can impose the reduction of height because you're not going to make it worse.
Okay.
Yeah?
your
So,
motion.
okay, so I would like to move for approval with the condition of forestry condition 2 and 3 with the TTC review condition and also the planning condition, except that we revise the one-story storage to remain as in the existing height.
You should state the height, I think, is it 2.4 meters?
2.4, yeah, 2.4 meter, and also a privacy screening on the south side of the roof deck.
Mr. Niffel, go
Anything
ahead.
else?
I was just supporting it.
You're seconding, okay. Very good. Moved and seconded, therefore, to approve, subject to those conditions. All in favor, please, show of hands. And that motion is unanimous to carry the motion and to approve the application with those conditions.
Mr. Chairman, does the people that objected, do they understand what we've just done?
Well, we can ask them now. Mr. Gould, do you understand what we've done there? I'll let Mr. Nipfel do that.
Basically, the portion of the proposal that is one story on this particular proposal is higher than the existing building. And what we've negotiated with the applicant is to keep the one-story portion of the new building exactly the same as the one-story portion of the old building. So that that's the piece that extends the furthest east and blocks most sun. So you should have no real change for at least half of the site, because it'll be exactly the same as the existing condition.
So the westerly half of the site will be exactly the same, and the easterly will change? Is that what you're saying?
No, the easterly will be the same. The easterly half, which is just a one-story building, it will remain a one-story building, but it'll be the same height as the existing building.
Yes.
And then the,
The west portion will go higher.
it'll go higher, but,
That's the portion that blocks all the windows. On the east, there are very few windows. It's the west part.
well, based on what we've just seen, this would assist in providing some, but that's what we've done. We've negotiated to bring it down. Otherwise, as my colleague indicated, the site's undevelopable and it would be appealed and probably would not succeed because you can't leave a site on Bloor Street undevelopable. So anyway, that, just so you understand, what we've tried to do is to bring the height down on that portion that's the one story now.
No, I think we have to cut it off at that point. And I'll just make the final comment to you, Mr. Gould, that actually the application does not involve a height variance. So the height proposed is as of right. But I think that the little alteration that we came up with on the storage area does give relief to at least 2 of those windows in your property. So with that, we will move on to the next application, which is number 4, 185 Coleman. And on this application, the panel has before us those materials submitted at time of application, a photograph of the subject property received 11 April, and there is comment from City Planning dated 24 August. So on number 4, we shall ask the applicant please to join us.
Faizan, you've been unmuted.
Good morning, honorable members of the committee. My name is Faizan Akhtar, F. Engineer, 1237 Woodbine Avenue.
Good morning to you. Okay, panel members, anyone requesting a presentation here? Any questions for the applicant?
Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just going to ask, I noticed that you're going to be, I think it's removing the existing garage, parking pad. This is the parking pad at the rear. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So in order to provide parking for the occupant, they just need a parking pad at the back.
And what materials it's not a garage that you're creating, which is the parking pad. What materials,
Yes, correct.
What materials are you using as the base?
Sorry, sir, your voice is breaking up. I'm having trouble with hearing you.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He's having trouble
sorry,
hearing
I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, the parking pad at the back.
Yeah, correct.
What materials are you using for the base? Are they going to be permeable materials?
Yeah, it would be permeable, and they'll be using it will be constructed with interlocking stone, so landscaping.
Okay, so that could that be just a condition that the materials be permeable?
Yes.
Thank
fine.
you.
Further questions? Okay, I'm not hearing any, so in that case, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Go ahead, Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a reasonable application that we've got in front of us. There are a couple of concerns, of course, and one of them has been addressed by planning. Planning has put in a condition with regard to screening. The other concern I had, which the gentleman just answered, was the parking pad at the rear. Just want to make sure that that's produced out of permeable materials. So with those 2 conditions in place, I'd like to move a motion to approve.
Thank you. And that is seconded by Ms. Chan. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show hands. Motion carries, unanimous vote, and that application is approved. Panel moves to number 5, which
Through you,
we
Mr.
have
Chair.
deferred.
Yes, item number 5 has been deferred.
Yes, we have deferred it. Taking us to number 6, 942 Bloor Street West. We'll ask the applicant to join us. Well, just a moment, I'll read the materials that we have before us into the record, and then we'll ask the applicant to join us. On this application, the panel is looking at the following materials, those submitted time of application. There are 7 photographs of the property. There's a cover letter from the project manager, 4th of August. There's email correspondence from Transportation Services, August 18, and there's a staff report from Planning and Development, August 23rd, at TTC. So applicant, please join us by stating your name.
Franco, you've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you kindly. Appreciate that. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Franco Romano, Action Planning, 321 Lakeshore Road, Port Credit.
Mr. Romano, good morning to you. I should tell you, before we get into your application, you're coming across, your voice is sort of electronically distorting. Any thoughts of what you could do?
Is that any different right now?
That does sound better, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That sounds okay. We can deal with that. Okay. Panel members, any questions or any desire for a presentation here? No. Any questions for the applicant? Mr. Nipfel first.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, could you tell me if you've had any discussions with the adjacent owner on the east?
I haven't myself. I know the owners have discussed this with their neighbors, excluding the Ossington TTC, I guess, next door, other than the TTC staff that require the technical review.
So
we haven't heard any objections or concerns with the application.
So you've had an outreach to the people next door and you haven't had any objections?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions, panel? If not, we can go into committee. Move toward a motion. Mr. Nipfel, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is straightforward. I think the application fits in remarkably well with the area. It is a corner lot, and so it has a prominence, and I think that the building that's developed respects that prominence. I'd like to move approval of the application subject. Transportation is fine with it, but there are TTC conditions, so subject to the TTC conditions.
Very good. And that is seconded. Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please. Show of hands. The vote is unanimous to carry the motion and approve the application. Thank you. Number 7 is 137 Maplewood. And on this application, the panel has before it material submitted with the application. There is a 2020 Committee of Adjustment decision affecting the property, staff report from Urban Forestry, and there is correspondence in support from 139 Maplewood and from 74 Humewood. I'll ask the agent, please, to join us by stating your name.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have someone by the name of Susan Middleton online. Can we just speak to her to see if she'll be speaking in support, opposition, or if she's just observing?
Absolutely. Susan, join us. State your name, Susan.
Hi, my name is Isaac Michaelov, and I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property, Mr. and Mrs. Sabot.
Okay, hi, Isaac. Just hold on a second.
You're the agent. If you'd stand by for a moment, please. Isaac, apparently there's someone standing by to speak to the application from the public, and we just want to determine their stance. So, hello. Susan, can you speak if you're with us?
Yes. To the committee members, thank you. And I'm Susan Middleton at 51 Maplewood Avenue.
Susan, okay, Susan, just hang on a second. Let me ask you a question, please. First of all, you're a little bit faint, so you could try simply speaking louder. But my question to you is your intention to speak in favor of the application, or to oppose it, or simply to listen?
My intention is to express concerns about the application and to listen.
Okay, the first part of what you said was to change the application?
No, to just express concerns about it.
Express concerns. So you're speaking in opposition. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, then. Back to you, Ms. Isaac, and you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. So as I stated before, I'm here on behalf of the owners of the property. And I think it's a fairly simple variance request that's already been approved once when we built the house, or when the owners built the house. There was an old existing garage, and we applied to renovate the garage. And while we were doing the renovations, we found the foundation to be totally dilapidated and couldn't be worked with. So it was the foundation was redone again. And we actually are reapplying because the building inspector requested that we reapply. And that's it. I have in front of me the letter from Susan, which I just saw a day or two ago. And I believe Susan is misreading the application in that she's concerned that there is going to be an addition to an existing garage, and that's not at all the case. We've sort of like built the garage where it was, and we only revised the foundation because the old foundation was absolutely unworkable with. All of the setbacks and everything stayed exactly the same.
Okay, thank you. And just so I understand, is your application then to legalize what was already built? And is there further construction work?
Correct, yes, that's the case, yes.
This application does not involve additional new construction?
Absolutely none.
No new construction is involved. Okay, thank you. Questions panel here, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the site plan that you've submitted, I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
My name's Isaac.
Isaac, on the site plan that you submitted, the garage seems to extend onto the public right-of-way. It doesn't appear that it was built totally on private property. Can you speak to that?
Correct. So once again, the garage is exactly as it's been for, I think, around 60 years. And when we put in the application for the new house, we had to look into that, and it was once approved already, and we had an approval from transportation, and we entered into an encroachment agreement, which we renewed once again to reapply here.
And the encroachment agreement allows you to build a portion of the garage on the right-of-way?
Correct.
Okay.
Once again, this garage existed there, and we were just going to renovate it. And when we came to renovate it, we couldn't do it. The foundation was just totally unworkable. So they re-poured the foundation, and exactly where it was before. As a matter of fact, a few inches smaller.
But then you built over that foundation, is that correct?
Correct. Basically, exactly the same garage that was there.
So you rebuilt the garage, the whole garage?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
So this is an existing garage. Should the purpose not read to permit, because you've already got it in place? Because I'm looking at a 2021 Google view, and that's when the foundation was poured. So you've got a garage that's already existing from what I can see. So it's not a case, you're not asking to reconstruct, but to permit.
I think you're quite right on that, yes. Yep, I agree. The wording of the purpose should be changed to reflect what we're being asked to legalize this.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, if there are no further questions, we do have a speaker standing by. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the other question that begs to be asked, and I don't know that anybody here has the answer, but it seems to me that we need to see this agreement there is with the Works Department to allow the garage to be on the public right-of-way. I would hate to approve this and find out that it's illegal.
Good point. Okay.
I I don't know whether because it will become void anyway. I do not think we should be concerned if we cannot approve it, if they do not have the.
I'm concerned that it's not on their property.
But what I mean is, I don't think that we can ask the proof of this agreement now.
I don't agree with you. I think we can.
How do they produce it?
If we are getting into a discussion that should properly happen within committee, let's hear from the speaker in opposition first, and then we'll go into committee. And so let's have Susan join us now, please.
Hello?
Good morning again, Susan. I know you have concerns. Please tell us about your concerns.
Well, listening to the discussion that you just produced, my concern was concerning that right of way, and also setting the precedent of building even larger structures, which now has been clarified they're not asking for that. So my only concern was about the gap, the green space that I was imagining that they were going to take over even more space and build more a garage. So some of those have been answered already in the discussion. Thank you.
Susan, did you happen to know that this garage encroaches on city property?
No, I did not. No, I did not.
And is there any problem negotiating the laneway? You drive up and down the laneway, so you know, or members of your family perhaps?
Well, actually, there is no laneway.
No. There's no laneway, okay.
No, that's not a problem. That standpoint, and if the garage stays as is, it's not a problem either. I was just concerned that they were building bigger and better and encroaching even more. That was my main concern.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure I understand. So you didn't understand that this application was to legalize what's there already. You thought it was to rebuild, which is what it says that it is.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Now we were under the same impression. So okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, point of correction, it will be to permit. Typically, we use to legalize and to maintain when there's an order to comply. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Okay, then let's go back to the speaker. There's really nothing to rebut in particular, speaker, but because the neighbor Susan was concerned that this involved reconstruction when we've determined now that we are dealing with an existing building. But we do have a concern. Okay, so are there any further questions for the applicant panel? Mr. Niffel, go ahead.
Could you explain or just tell me who you have an agreement to build on the public right-of-way? Can you tell me who the agreement is with, and if this is approved, I just reference it? But I need to know who gave you the agreement.
Sure. The agreement is with Transportation Services.
Okay.
And it was issued by Rachel Benjamin. I'm a bit surprised that you don't have this right in front of you.
Well, that was your obligation. Excuse me. That was your obligation to provide. You're the applicant.
Yes, but what I'm trying to tell you is that it was provided.
Oh, well, we don't have it in our package, so I can't speak to that, but I think there's a way around it. So as long as it was Transportation Services, that's fine. Thank you.
Well, what is the date of that agreement?
Date of the agreement is November 7th, 2022. May I also just say one more thing? This garage has been there for the duration of the house, and it was already approved once when the house was built. And this is a second-time application. I don't know, Carl, that might put you at more ease.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any final questions for the applicant panel? If not, we can, I think, at this point, go into committee armed with a sense that we have the information that really is important about it, and then the agreement and so on.
Sorry,
So-
through you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to ask our presenter to present the encroachment permit on the screen, because we do have it as part of the file in IBMS. Just give him a minute or so.
Okay, that's worth waiting for.
There is a question because there's a time period from November 7th, 2022 to May 31st, 2023. So if the applicant can respond to that time period,
It might not be in effect.
because, well, yeah, May 31st has passed us.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering if another encroachment permit is required. So just give the presenter a minute, just
We'll stand by.
to post that on the screen. And there it is. And then under time period, from and to.
Thank you. This is important. Okay. So the encroachment agreement has actually lapsed.
So am I to blame for the duration it took me to like get a hearing? I don't understand. If you want, I'm sure I can get another one. It's not a big deal. It was approved twice already.
Okay, thank you for that. At this stage, I think we need to take the application into committee. Well, let's go into committee now on the application. Mr. Knipp will go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what's before us is reasonable. If, in fact, the encroachment agreement is reissued. So I'd be happy to move approval of the application subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2 and the securing of a new encroachment agreement from Transportation Services in the City of Toronto. It sounds as though the one that was there has lapsed and it would need to be reinstated. The other thing is I would like to have included in the minutes our standard point about not condoning proceeding with development before you got a permit.
Very good.
Purpose being amended.
Oh, and with the purpose being amended, my mistake, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Zaire. So it's to permit.
To permit. We're going to use the word to permit. Okay, that's a motion, I think, put forward. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. And it is moved and seconded, therefore, to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. That vote is unanimous.
So in answer to the last question from the applicant, yes, he does need to go and get another agreement.
Quite so. Quite so.
Marina.
And the application is approved. All right. Thank you, panel. Number 8 is 262 Garden Avenue. And on 262 Garden, we have before us application materials. This is a planning rationale from the agent, August 16. Tree inventory from the agent, 13 June. There is comment from Urban Forestry. And there is support in the form of a 6-signature petition signed by owners and occupants of 102, 123, 249, 260, 264, 268 Garden Avenue, and also from 256 Garden Avenue. So let's ask the agent for this one to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hi, good morning, Madam Chair and member of the committee. My name is Vinny Losam. I'm the owner's agent for the requested minor variances.
Good morning to you. Panel members, presentation needed here or questions for the Mr. Byatt? Question? Yes.
Yeah, I do have a couple of questions, if I may. Bear with me a second. Variance number 5, could you just speak to that? It's a 50% rear yard, soft landscaping required, and you're asking for 0.
So that variance, it's not an existing non-conforming condition. And we're keeping what is there, so we're not changing what is existing.
From your site plan, I noticed that there's a deck area at the back. So between the house and your garage, that entire area is a deck?
That is correct. So it's an existing deck on grade, and it's been there forever. So we're just simply proposing to keep said deck.
I should explain to you, applicant, that when the committee sees a zero offering for soft landscaping where 50% is required, it does get our instant attention because we have a very sharp focus on soft landscaping. The background there is that the direction of soft landscaping is going the wrong direction in the city. It's tending to reduce on properties rather than hold or increase. And this is a big issue with respect to stormwater management. And the principle is that each property should do its share of stormwater management. So this is an opportunity now. You're asking here for basically, as I look at the site plan here, it's all covered. The entire site is covered. So we would want to see that 0% improved dramatically. And so let me ask you: are there ways that you could? It would involve removing some of the deck, but have you thought about it at all about doing this? And the fact that it's an existing condition, in our view, is not the final word. It's an opportunity now to improve the situation. Your comment, please.
Sure. Sure thing. If you bear with me, let's just get some numbers quickly and see what I can do, because I'm just getting the actual rear yard square footage and see how I can improve. So if you just bear with me for one tiny second. So I'm just putting some numbers
Take your
here.
time. Take your time. This is important. So just take your time.
Okay. So currently, our rear yard square footage will be 43.9 square meters. So what if we were to, let's say, reduce the deck by half? And I'd introduce, 1 second. And I introduce 20% of self-landscaping. Would that make it more desirable?
I'm not going to negotiate this with you. If you want to make that as your proposal, I suggest that it's a good idea to do that. If that's your proposal, then you can change the 0 to 20. You're the applicant.
Yeah, sure thing. You know what? I'll make it 25%. Cut the deck down the middle, and change it to 25% soft landscaping. So we're improving from 0% to be 25.
Very good, Mr. Nifel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you were to reduce the deck by 50%, then in fact it looks to me as though you would meet the bylaw and you could remove the variance altogether. And I don't see any reason why you can't do that. It would still leave you with a reasonably sizable deck, and you'd be introducing soft landscaping for half of the area of the deck, which I think is a better solution. We're here when it's absolutely impossible for you to comply with the bylaw, and I don't see that that is the case here. I don't see why you can't have a 50% rear yard soft landscaping by just removing half of your rear deck and replacing it with lawn. And lawn can still be walked on. You can still use the property. It's not like you're losing the property.
If I reduce the deck to be exactly half, that's going to be 21% because my rear yard area is 43.99 square meters. We have that detached garage at the back, and if you look closely, we'll see that the property line is actually flush with the front of the garage. So that's why. So even if I were to reduce the deck altogether, that still would be a variance. I wouldn't be able to eliminate it at all just by reducing the deck.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant is revising variance number 5 to 25%, what is that in square meters? This is a question to the applicant.
So in square meters, that would be, just 1 second again. I can put those numbers as fast as I can. My apologies.
11. Yeah, you just have to.
But we'll come back to your question in a second, Mr. Nipfel.
So that would be 1.
Mr. Nipfel, the answer
So that would be 11.15 square meters.
For 25%. But
Right.
Mr.
Correct.
Nipfel's question was, to you was, would you see the rationale for reducing it to the point that variance was no longer required? What's your answer to that question?
So that is not possible because when you look at the actual property itself, so my north property line is flush with the very front of the detached garage. So it doesn't go all the way to the sidewalk. So where you see there existing soft landscaping, box, planter, that is city property. It doesn't belong to us. Our property line is flush with the existing detached garage. So my rear yard area is the deck plus the garage. So that's my rear yard area. So once I fully remove the deck, I'm still not going to be complying with the 50% requirement.
I don't think that's correct. Maybe you're being too hard on yourself, but from what you said, you're including the area of the garage into the rear yard, but it's not part of the rear yard. The rear yard is the space between the two buildings.
My understanding is that the rear yard area is everything to the back of the house, including the garage, and then we just reduce the garage from the soft landscaping calculation. That's my understanding of the zoning bylaws.
Well, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, can you give us any interpretation or guidance on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the applicant is amending variance number 5 to 25%. So that's what's before you. Yeah, at this point, I think you just need to make a decision based on the application, or if you feel like it requires a deferral in order for the applicant to have further discussions with the zoning examiner.
The other option is a refusal, of course. And
if I were, based on my understanding, if I were to simply remove the deck altogether, there would be 46.49% of soft landscaping. And if it is pending on approval, I'm willing to simply reduce the deck altogether.
okay, so in that case, as I listen, then it would read that there would be something like a 4% deficiency, or a 3% deficiency.
Correct. Yes. That would be 46% of soft landscape if I were to remove the deck altogether.
Okay. The committee is concerned, I'll just say this, the committee is concerned about that variance. You have to make the proposal. So it's up to you now, to change, to make up your mind.
No, I'll remove the deck. altogether. We're just gonna get rid of it, and we'll do a 46% of soft landscaping.
Okay, then. So give us, but we'll also need the square meterage figure that relates to that. Take your time.
That is 20 square meters.
Okay. All right, so it's an amended application now at the applicant's request. And that number now changes to 46 where 50 is required. Any further questions, panel, for the applicant? In that case, we can take the application into committee for a motion. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I'm happy with the compromise. I think that with that, and also with the forestry condition number 1, I can support this application and move for approval. Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded. Mr. Byatt.
As amended?
As amended.
Amended, yeah.
As amended.
46%, yeah, 20 square meters, sorry.
Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor of the amended motion, those in favor, please show of hands. Thank you. Vote is unanimous to approve the amended application. Thank you, panel. And with that, we move along to item number 10.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's item number 9.
So we move along to item number 9, 272 Berkeley. My apology. And on this application, we have before us those materials submitted time of application. There's an existing floor plan, July the 5th, and there are 5 photographs of the property received June 13. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, my name is...
I think I may have heard a voice, but it was very faint. Agent, state your name once again, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Not very well. No, only very faintly.
Hello.
Hi, Alex. Can you please turn up the volume on your device?
Sorry, allow me to call in just now. My apology. Maybe with my phone would be better.
Okay, try calling us if that's your only solution.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Alex Axelrod, who is the agent, is not speaking. The owner, Kevang, he's the speaker.
Okay.
But he's going to call us.
He's going to call us, so we'll just stand by for a moment until you connect with him.
Okay, can you hear
Hello.
me?
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair and member of the committee. Apologize for the delay. My name is T. as owner of 272 Berkeley Street.
Okay.
Hello?
You have other devices on. Would you mind turning off other devices so that we don't hear echoes?
Hello, Mr. Wang. Okay, can you hear us?
Is it good?
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Okay, good. Now we have you clearly. Very good. Thank you for that. We're now in good communication.
Yeah, no problem. Apologize for the delay.
Just state your name, please.
Yeah, my name is Key Wang. I'm the owner of 272 Berkeley Street.
Okay, Mr. Wang. Panel members, are there questions for the owner? Mr. Nipfel has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Wang, could you explain to me, the only issue I have is the exposure of this steel staircase to the west. Can you, or to the west. Can you tell me what's immediately west of where the staircase is being constructed? Is it the rear yard of a house?
It is. Yeah, it's a rear side of the house, and there is a deck there. The staircase actually is in existing.
The steel, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that at all. The staircase is existing, did you say?
That's right. The staircase existing already, and it's exiting to the a deck in the back.
Yes, I think it's important to mention this, that this is a request to legalize suites that you've already built. So the construction has already been done. How come it happened without a permit?
It was as is when we purchased the property.
Okay, so I understand. So you purchased the property and didn't, and it was the way it is now. You didn't realize that the construction had been done without a permit.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, it sounds from what the applicants just said, and the Deputy Secretary Treasurer may wish to speak to this, although the purpose is to permit the secondary suites and they are already existing, the application as it's before us is to construct the rear outdoor staircase. It's also existing. So do we need to change the purpose to permit the outdoor staircase? Because it's not going to be constructed, it's already there.
I believe that's a fact, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it is fully constructed, then yes, we can also say to permit.
Okay, I thought that's what he said.
Yeah, okay.
So, and it does sound to me, it is the case, is it not, applicant or owner, that the construction is fully done? You're not applying to do additional construction? The construction exists?
In regard to the rear end exit, correct. However, inside we are basically separating the units into 4 rental units. There will be some work to be done.
There is additional work to be done. Okay.
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the owner has to explain, because the purpose of application is to permit 3 secondary suites. 1 within the basement, 1 on the 2nd level, and 1 on the 3rd level. So where's the 4th unit going?
Sorry, that's where, including the units on the 1st floor, that will be 4 units. That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Further, Mr. Byte, go ahead.
Yeah, just to expand on Mr. Nipfel's question earlier, balconies are already in existence. They do have overlook on, I believe it was the west side that was mentioned, if I'm not mistaken. You have overlook. And granted that you purchased the property as is, according to what you said, I think I'd still like to put in a condition that there be some screening at the ends of those balconies, the landings, so that there's some privacy as people walk up and down the stairs, that there's no overlook on neighboring properties.
Well, we actually own the neighboring property as well. However, the direct viewing of that overseeing that you mentioned, it's actually just towards their parking lot in the back.
Sorry, towards their... Oh,
Parking lot in the back.
So it overlooks the garage?
Yeah. It's an open, unroofed parking lot.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, then. Further questions, panel? Or I think we're probably ready to go into committee on this and sort out a couple of things in our own minds. So let's go into committee on it. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I have no problem with the proposal, except that have we worked out the revision of the purpose clause? In that,
For you, Mr. Chair, yes, it would remain as to permit 3 secondary suites and then also to permit a rear outdoor staircase.
okay, so with that, I don't think there's any other conditions. I would like to move for approval. As amended, the purpose clause, yeah.
As amended.
As amended, yeah.
Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to approve the amended motion, the amended application. All those in favor, please show of... Sorry.
Also add the condition about we don't condone undertaking work without...
Yes. I agree with that completely. And just for the information of everyone watching, the Committee of Adjustment in no way condones development that takes place without a building permit. Building permits are fundamental to the whole process of orderly development. Sometimes applications do come to us which involve development that has already taken place. We've seen a couple already this morning. The way that the committee has to look at those, we don't have any punitive powers or disciplinary powers to exercise, but the way that we are charged to view those applications that come where the development has already taken place without permit is to view them the same way we do every other application. In other words, we apply the 4 tests of the Planning Act, and whether or not it's built or it isn't built, we make up our minds according to the 4 tests. If it had not been built, would we in fact have approved it, or would we in fact probably have rejected it? That's the approach we take. Okay, now we're in the middle of this. I think we have to go back now to the vote. We do have an amended application moved and seconded. And I'll ask now for a vote. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the amended application is thereby approved. Thank you. Number 10, there's a request for deferral, and we'll see if we have the applicant with us now. Moderator? Good. Okay. Let's have the applicant join us, please.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Amber Stewart. Can you hear me?
Hear you clearly. Thank you. Could you explain to the panel, please, the reason you'd like to defer is what?
Yes, I'm happy to explain. And I did just want to note, because I do know there are people in attendance, that I was here earlier, but I think staff may have been looking for Mr. Rose, who was formerly the applicant. So I just wanted to note that. So yes, Mr. Chair, Heritage Planning issued a staff report in mid-August that requested a deferral, and I'm sure you have seen that there are a large number of written correspondence on the file, and many of those residents have also requested a deferral. So my client is supporting that request, asking for a deferral so that we can continue community consultation with the NRRA, with area residents, and with Heritage Planning as well.
I see. And just so I understand, for the record, you mentioned that Mr. Rose was the former agent for the owner. Mr. Rose has now moved on, is no longer involved on this application. You are the current, you are the new agent?
Oh, no, Mr. Rose is well involved. He's the project architect, sir. But I have been hired to assist with the Committee of Adjustment process. So I'm now the person who will be presenting the application when we ultimately return to committee.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. So our public notice states Mr. Rose as being the agent, and that in fact is still correct.
Yes, it is correct, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay. All right then. We do have individuals that have come to speak to this. So just for everyone's information, the panel will make the choice, make the call on whether to defer or to hear the application today. We have those two options in front of us. But we do want to, first of all, thank you for coming in person and to hear what you're specifically. I'm not going to ask you your thoughts about the application in its detail. I'm going to ask you whether you would be in favor of a deferral or whether you would want to hear the application and have it heard today. So I'll ask you to state your name, please, and answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee members. My name is Mark Letourneau. I live at 72 Douglas Drive on the east side abutting this property. With regards to the request for deferral, I would agree to a deferral, and I would simply ask whoever schedules these things to give us a timeline that's reasonable to have the discussions and go through the process. I note that the time frame from the original plan submitted to today was 10 weeks. I wouldn't expect it, even something like a compressed time frame of 8 weeks, which would take you to a committee meeting in late October, early November, would be our preferred alternative.
Okay. We're not actually able to stipulate that here because of the agendas in advance are so packed. It will happen when there is an available slot for it, but it probably will be later rather than sooner. Okay, but basically you would be in favor of the idea of a deferral.
I agree with the deferral.
Okay. And is there someone else who wanted to speak on the application? Please come forward. Yes.
Yes.
And I'll put the same question to you. Good morning.
Good morning.
State your name, please.
My name is Lynn Lawson, and I'm the owner of 88 Douglas Drive, and I would support a deferral.
Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, panel, there's a request to defer here for the reasons stated with respect to the heritage report. You've heard from the parties concerned in opposition.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do also have a number of residents in opposition online, so
okay.
we're going to have to go one by one.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay, so just let me make a note here.
Okay, so we'll have the host go through one by one, unmuting those individuals so they can say yes or no to the deferral.
Very good. Okay, then, moderator, could you have the first person standing by?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have all the people listed here, but I'm gonna.
That's fine. We just need to hear from the ones that are standing by. So who will be first?
It would be Peter Higgins Architect Incorporated, sir, Mr. Chairman, and I agree to the deferral. I think it's a very important thing to do.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next person.
Melanie, you've been unmuted.
Good morning.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think we lost her. I'm gonna try contact her.
No, that's okay. Let's go to the next person standing by.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have any of
No further- no further people standing
other
by?
speakers.
Okay. That's fine. All right, but that does give us a sense. Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, the request for deferral, we place the reason for deferral in the decision to ensure that it's met. And the request here is to consult or to give Heritage the time to respond. I think that we should also add, and for the applicant to consult with the neighbors, the neighborhood. My reason for that is there's an immense amount of opposition to this application. And to bring it back without direct consultation between the applicant and the neighbors, I think is fruitless and is wasting our time. I also note that this committee has mentioned to the architect on a number of occasions that the floor plans are essential to understanding many applications. And I also understand that Mr. Rose is concerned that he doesn't want his floor plans in the public domain. I'm not sure that there's a solution to that if you're going through a public process, but the opposition has also noted that they don't understand the application because, in their words, there are obscured floor plans. I don't think that's working to anyone's benefit. So I would ask Ms. Stewart to also include consultation with the neighbors, and if it's the appropriate way, that the neighbors be shown the plans necessary for them to understand the application, because otherwise people are confused.
Very, very good. Do you care to word a motion?
I'd move deferral of the application to allow Heritage to respond to the application, and also to allow the applicant to directly consult with neighbors on the or with those in opposition on the proposal, and to provide those people with plans necessary to understand the proposal.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? Mr. Byatt seconds. It is therefore moved and seconded to defer. Those in favor, please show of hands. That vote is unanimous. Motion carries, and the application is so deferred. Taking us, well, at this point, we are moving to number 11, but the also panel's been going now for just a little over 2 hours, so we are going to take a 10-minute recess. We'll resume again at 10 minutes to 12. 10-minute recess.
Okay, yeah.
So excited.
And we now resume. We resume with item number 11, 113 Davenport Road. And on this application, there are before us the following materials. Those submitted time of application. There are 3 photographs of trees from June, cover letter from the agent from August. There is support. 5 form letters from 31 and 41 Bishop, and 121, 123, and 133 Davenport. In opposition, there is correspondence from 10 Bishop, 117 Davenport, 27 Bishop, 6 Bishop, 21 Bishop, 16 Bishop, 33 Bishop, 206 apartment at 1 Eva Road. From Don Chapnick, no address. From 24 Bishop, 34, and 8 Bishop, and 37 Bishop. So we shall ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
I'm Kieran Randall. I'm the agent. I'm the architect at 2088 Dundas Street West.
Okay, if you just state your name once again, please, because you were a little faint when you first came in.
Kieran Randall.
Very good, okay.
Huh? Oh, okay, sorry.
Okay, and just checking with you, moderator, is it true that we have 1 or 2 persons standing by? 1 person, okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we also have someone in person as well.
There's someone here in person too? Yes. Very good.
Thank you.
Excellent, okay. All right then. Mr. Randall, you will have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairman, committee members. As mentioned, I'm the architect on this property. Our client, owner of 113 Davenport Road, has the vision of providing a local community-based coffee shop at the ground floor space that is fronting Davenport at the corner with Bishop Street. Currently, the building is occupied by office, and we are asking for 1 single variance, which is the use
Mr. Randall?
For a coffee shop.
Mr. Randall,
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. Your voice seems to get louder and clearer, and then it fades off to kind of faint and distorted. So maybe it's your, I'm not sure what you can do about that, but I'm just letting you know that I'm having some trouble making out your presentation.
I'll try to speak louder. I don't know what the issue is, but I'll try to speak louder.
Thank you.
Okay, as I was mentioning, we are proposing a small coffee shop at the corner of Davenport and Bishop. And this use is not permitted on this property, hence it's the variance we're requesting. Because when looking into the zoning for this property, it's subject to the old Toronto zoning bylaw. However, when assessing the official plan and the zoning bylaw together, I'm convinced that the intent of the Toronto's zoning design is indeed to allow for small-scale commerce along Davenport Road, which would be a coffee shop. In the cover letter I presented, you will see excerpts of the official plan map where Davenport is shown as a continuous mixed-use area, which is all red. This identifies Davenport as a main vehicular artery flanked by low-density commerce. The zoning map, however, shows a pocket that interrupts the uses as intended by the official plan, because the old zoning bylaw is still in effect and not yet phased out. I am of the opinion that this is not the city planner's intent to object to this use. Otherwise, it would not be proposed in the official plan in the first place. It's just a matter of phasing one bylaw in and the other bylaw out. So in summary, the official plan allows it and the zoning bylaw is in transition, therefore not yet allowing it. Having said this, however, I see there are many objection letters. They speak mainly to trash or levels of noise, supplies, and parking issues that would, in their mind, arise on Bishop Street. I'd like to speak to these. So, noise. This is a coffee shop, not a nightclub, not a large restaurant, just a small coffee shop. It will be indoors. There's no reason for any noise transmission. Trash. The current building has its garbage bins on Davenport, not on Bishop. And we propose to maintain it that way. It's the most practical place and it won't affect Bishop Street. The supplies for the coffee shop, first of all, it's a small coffee shop, so it won't be vast. And they're going to be brought to the site via Davenport because that's where the property has its own parking space. That is the most practical location away from Bishop Street. It won't affect Bishop Street. Parking. This is an item that is regulated by the bylaw and it's not a variance for today's hearing. Having said that, the coffee shop envisioned is not selling to patrons whom would be driving to the site. It's envisioned as a small-scale local coffee shop, hopefully, the community will cherish and appreciate. The shop intends on selling to pedestrians and locals, not to be a large commercial hub. Finally, if you look at the plans, you'll see that the coffee shop we are proposing is only 80 meters squared. It's not enough to be a noisy restaurant or a nightclub. It's only enough to be a humble community-based coffee shop, which is what we're hoping for. The new bylaw restricts 400 square meters or below when being adjacent to residential uses. We are well below that. Additionally, I'd like to make clear that there are other regulations that would not allow for this use to snowball into a nightclub at this location. A nightclub licensing through the city bylaw is needed for that, and it wouldn't be granted for this property. So, honestly, we hope the committee and the other participants see the genuine, well-intentioned proposal we are bringing to the hearing of a small coffee shop. We do consider it minor and in keeping with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panel members, we do have persons standing by. You can put your questions now, or you can wait until we've heard from the... Mr. Maniffa, you have a question?
I just have one question that might impact on what people are going to say. I was wondering if the applicant could clarify the use of the deck that's on his... He's got a terrace and it's on level 3. Is it exclusively for the, can it be used by people using the restaurant? It isn't clear what it's used for. It's the third floor has an office and a kitchen and a storage area, but is the terrace an extension of the coffee shop?
No, it is not. So the plans are showing everything as is existing. So if you may go up, please, to show the ground floor, I'll delineate the extent of the coffee shop, please. So there we are. Basically, the right-hand side of that triangle, that's the coffee shop. That is it. It includes 56 meters of seating and a coffee shop bar. It includes an existing washroom, and that is it. Even the left-hand side, those offices are existing to remain. Patrons will not be accessing anything except for that triangular spot. The intent is pedestrians to access, get their morning coffee. If they want to sit down and enjoy it, they can. If not, they'll move on walking with a coffee in their hand. It's a local coffee shop in that corner. That's it.
How do you prevent the patrons from the coffee shop or the people that are running the coffee shop from using the terrace? Is it blocked off? Is there, I mean, if
Yes,
somebody
you'll
has
have to
picked
go
up a dessert and a coffee and they want somewhere to sit, that's an obvious place. How do you prevent that from being used?
You have to go through doors to get there. Those doors could be, and I'm happy to make that a condition, have a fob, so they are restricted only to the office users. You would have to trail through half a story, then another story, and then a third story of office use before getting there. And I highly doubt a patron would venture through a private office space saying, excuse me, to people and getting up 3 stories to what is a private terrace. But we could put a fob on the door separating it. That is not we're fine doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's go to the speakers who are to speak on the application. We'll start with the individual who is here in person, and we'll ask you, sir, to begin by stating your name, and you have 5 minutes to address your concerns.
Thank you.
About this application.
My name is Michael Hatch, and I live at number 6 Bishop. And I'm here representing myself, but I think also some measured proportion of the street. To start with, this is a prohibited use and has been since 1949. And I think part of that is in order to protect what is really a very small island of houses and small businesses that have existed in the Yorkville area for that period of time. And I don't see anything in the future that will change that protection requirement. We're always being encroached in, we're being surrounded by taller buildings on an ever-increasing basis, to the extent that they had to replace the grass at the local school with a false grass because it wouldn't grow anymore. The reality of our neighborhood is that it is quite quiet. We're a dead-end street. And any intrusion in terms of the number of people that will use the street or use the surrounding neighborhood will have an effect on us. A coffee shop needs about 500 customers a day. That's readily available information online. And so there will be increased traffic in some fashion because this is not a street that's heavily pedestrian. There's not a heavy pedestrian traffic. It will require that people stop in order to use it, in whatever form. There are only 6 or 7 parking spaces on Davenport as a result of the reconfiguration of the street. So all in all, we expect this to have some material effect on our neighborhood. I will also go on to say that this abuts houses in both directions, on Davenport and on Bishop. If you look at the map, you'll see that the houses are very narrow. They're only 14 feet wide on average. And the back of this property, or the westerly portion, is immediately beside a house. The next house is mine. And the rear of the property immediately abuts Davenport's houses, but also because of the angle of the property, the parking is literally in our backyards. If there is any use of the rear of the property by any of the customers, we will be directly affected. And I will assume that this business will stay open from fairly early in the morning when people need coffee, to late at night when people want coffee on their way home from whatever restaurants and clubs that they might use in the Yorkville district. We are always somewhat affected by the entertainment value of Yorkville. So I will expect this to have some material effect. The idea that this is a small local coffee shop is not effective in terms of being an argument. As I said, you require 500 people a day to keep one of these things in business. I don't see how you get that from several houses and one dead-end street.
Thank you.
And so we would continue our opposition.
Good. Let's see if there are any questions for you. Panel questions for the speaker.
Just one quick one. You mentioned 500 customers per day. Where's that data from?
I Googled it.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the speaker? Okay. And moderator, we do have, thank you very much. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak in person on this application? Seeing no one, moderator, we have someone standing by online to speak, or by phone. Let's have that person join us, please.
Andrew, you've been unmuted.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of committee. I'd first like to confirm that you can hear me.
We hear you well, and so it is the afternoon. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much, and I don't anticipate I'll take the full 5. I am here as counsel for ABC Ratepayers Association, and my client's ABC Ratepayers Association strongly oppose the proposed variance at the subject site. And I trust that you have my letter of August 23rd, 2023 on file. And first off, I'd like to note, as the speaker in opposition in advance of me has noted, and it's admitted by the applicant, this use is not permitted in the zoning bylaw. And I'd ask the committee to please make note of the fact that not only is this not permitted under the zoning bylaw in the sense that it's not a permitted use that's stated, it is specifically prohibited in this case. There is a prohibition in this bylaw against restaurants and eating establishments. This is an eating establishment. It is also a restaurant as identified in the city's bylaws. So no matter how it's characterized, this is a prohibited use. A prohibited use, I submit to the committee, cannot, by definition, maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. If it's prohibited, you can't maintain the general intent and purpose of the bylaw by permitting it. The only way that this use could be permitted on the subject site would be through a zoning bylaw amendment, not a minor variance. And I note that the applicant's agent has said that the OP permits it. Well, as the committee knows, OPs permit a broad range of uses, and it is the zoning bylaw that draws from that broad range of uses down to determine what is an appropriate use on specific sites. And in this case, for 49 years, it has been determined, not just on this site, but in this area, that restaurant uses and eating establishments, again, are not just not a good idea, they are prohibited. And a change to the zoning bylaw to convert a prohibited use and then to allow it cannot, I submit, by definition, be viewed also as a minor change to the bylaw. I'd also ask the tribunal to note, or sorry, the committee to note, the fact that this has been, and I will use the word sold to you or attempted to be sold to you, as, look, this is just a small coffee shop, it's a small operator, we're going to rely on some foot traffic. Well, as the committee members are well aware, properties are not zoned for and minor variances are not granted for users. It's the use. The use here is to ask for effectively a coffee shop. There is nothing, if this use is granted, there is nothing stopping this from turning into a Starbucks or a, I don't even know if they exist, but for example, a pop-up Tim Hortons that could be on a smaller scale footprint of a Tim Hortons. So the committee cannot and must not rely upon the pitch that this is just, it's a small coffee shop, it's going to be a little local coffee shop for passers-by. The fact is the use permitted will be a coffee shop. And that would not restrict the user that could go to this site. In addition to that, I think some common sense can be applied here. As I like to think in all cases, everyone applies some common sense. And here, there's not a lot of foot traffic going by on Davenport and Bishop. There's cars going by in a large respect. And in this case, people are going to be pulling onto Bishop Street, to attend and pop in for a coffee, which people, when they're thirsty and tired, think, oh, what harm? None, I'll just be a second. When in fact, what that does is cause a flow of traffic and people running in and out of their cars in a location that doesn't belong. We also have the concern raised by those in proximity, and I do recognize my time limit, with respect to the operations of a restaurant, the hours, the garbage, the smells, the odors that simply do not belong cheek by jowl beside these residential units, and you've heard the members of the community speaking against this proposed use.
I will
so for
ask
all of
for
those
your final
reasons,
thought,
I'd ask
please.
the committee. Yes, for all those reasons, I'd ask the committee to refuse the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see now if there are questions for this speaker from the panel. Hearing none, we'll go back now to the agent, who'll have an opportunity to respond and rebut, but only to the issues that were raised by the two speakers. So we'll ask the agent, please, to join us again.
Absolutely. Okay.
Just a second. Just a second. I should tell you, you're foggy again. Your voice is.
Okay, I'm getting closer to the microphone. There we are.
Ah, that's better.
Okay. In response to Michael Hatch from 6 Bishop, there was some talk about the massing and shadowing and stuff that's happened in the neighborhood. As I think we're all well aware of, this is just an interior use application, so I don't think that it was necessarily relevant. And then, respective to both Andrew and Michael's comments on a large portion of what they spoke, with respective to that they don't think or consider that the coffee shop use could function with pedestrian activity. So to that, what I will speak of is this. First, analysis on this particular property, this market, is subtly different because the owner of the building is not, she is the person who's going to be proposing the coffee shop. She's not paying rent on that, and she's already collecting from the rest of the building. It's not like the pro forma has to struggle up against a high paying rent for that portion. She's trying to make good use of a surplus corner in her already generating building. So it is genuinely intended to pedestrians and local community. Just looking through my notes, 1 second here. As far as the market goes, again, the owner, she works in that same office, has her office there. And as a consequence of her working there, she has found that there is a lack of coffee, of a nice coffee spot nearby. That's why she has proposed it. It's not that she's thinking people are gonna drive from far or commute to get a coffee shop there. She's experiencing the local community, and she's found that there's a need. So that is 100% genuine. Then going back to Andrew's idea of the zoning bylaw not permitting this use, and I go back to the rationale, which is absolutely solid, that the official plan does allow it. And yes, the official plan is larger and more encompassing. However, the zoning bylaw is intended to align with the official. The official plan is the high-level design from Toronto city planners. And then those intended directives trickle down in more detail to the zoning bylaw, which in this case, that has not happened because of the phasing in and out of the old bylaw versus the new one. Genuinely, I do believe the very intelligent people that are designing our city and have come up with the official plan do not vision Davenport as something that wouldn't allow low commercial activity flanking that vehicular artery. It wouldn't, if not, it wouldn't be so in the official plan. Just went over my notes to see if there's anything else I should be answering to. Respective to the Bishop Street pocket being a residential silent pocket, yes, it is. And honestly, we do not think this coffee shop will alter that in the least. If you go to the floor plan, even the use is on the corner, which is further away from the residential property, which in the plan we would be to the left. We don't have a patio where the parking spot is at the north that would be adjacent to the residential use. It's respectful interior space that is further away from its adjacent residential properties. And as mentioned before...
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please. Final comment, please.
Yeah. If this were in the new zoning bylaw, it would be asked to have less than 400 square meters because of its proximity to residential properties. We are well below that. In my mind,
your time is up.
Does align with the intent. Thank you very much.
Your time is up. Panel members, questions now for the agent. Any questions? Okay then, if I'm hearing no questions for the agent, in that case, it's time for the committee to take the application into committee for a discussion and a motion. Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm persuaded by the argument that was brought forward by Mr. Bigard that this is not the purview of a variance. This is a prohibited use, and I agree with him that it seems unreasonable that a variance could override a prohibited use. And I came to the same conclusion when I was reviewing the agenda as I heard him reiterate his comments, which are well expressed in his letter. I find I agree with them. In addition, the comments that were made by the applicant about, oh, it's a small coffee shop, it isn't going to have much impact. I'm not persuaded by those. There's no evidence that indicates that there would be limited impact. There's no evidence that the square footage of the coffee shop would be limited. It doesn't say a coffee shop of a certain size in the variance. It says allow it as a use. So I'm unable to support the application, and I will be voting against it.
Thank you. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I have a different opposite view because basically, if you look at the bylaw, it's the old bylaw. And then the argument is that the official plan it has not prohibited this use. And in time, the local bylaw will be changed or adjusted to be more in line with the official plan. Because this is a 438 bylaw, which has been around for many, many years. And the 2013 bylaw has not listed as a prohibited or been even mentioned. We have a lot of sites in the city that are still governed by the old bylaws, but they are in the stage of being phased out. And the reason why I think that I can support this application is because of the location. It's in Davenport. And also with the layout of the proposal, and you notice the entrance to the ground floor is actually at the corner of Davenport. It's right at the corner. It does not need to go around Business Street to go into the establishment. And also, if the layout is actually, if the intention is funding Davenport, which is like a mixed-use commercial with all kinds of, if you look at even the location plans with all kinds of different uses. And I think that the proposal eventually, if it's not today, you will be in line with the zoning bylaw or the official plan. So I'm in support of it.
If you were supporting it, you'd have to support it. You'd be adopting the site with the floor plan as well. Your arguments are in favor of where the entrances are.
Yes.
The layout.
Yes, I will. I think that it is the intention because we look at all the funding of the orientation of the public area is really on Davenport, and I think that that's a suitable use of Davenport frontage. Yeah.
Mr. Byatt.
Thank you, Chair. I am in agreement with Ms. Chan. Given the particular location, it is on Davenport. I was just looking at Google Map, and within 200 meters of a radius of that location, there are a number of residences, local residences, as well as apartment complexes, large office buildings just to the south. So the argument that, it won't be sustainable, I think I don't buy that one. The other is that I think the applicant has put in a reasonable presentation that this will be a fairly localized establishment. I cannot see this being a negative. It's a small anomaly in terms of the zoning maps that the applicant had presented. It's right, and I can see the changes happening, and as Shan has mentioned, that the zoning bylaws are constantly changing. The city is changing, and this particular change, I think, is a positive one. I do not see anything negative in it, so I would support it.
And I've listened, of course, to the arguments, and I'm thinking because of the location on Davenport that this application is supportable. I think that Bishop Street will be spared in terms of parking because of the nature of the street. It's a dead end. It's a narrow street. For me to park there and get a coffee, I've got to do a very awkward three-point turn to get out and on my way again. So unless there was a spot available on Davenport, I'd just keep on going. I wouldn't use Bishop as a place to park. And I also agree with the fact that the bylaws do develop and change over time to reflect new realities. So those things in mind, I would be able to support this application. Is anyone ready with a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move a motion to approve, but tied to the ground floor plan. Yeah. And do you want to put another condition that the eating establishment is limited to ground floor?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded by Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to approve, subject to those conditions. All in favor, please show of hands. Those opposed? And let the record show that Mr. Nipfel is in dissent. But with that, the motion is carried and the application is so approved. And the panel moves along to item number 12. Parkdale Road. On this application before us are the following materials. Those submitted at time of application. 2 photographs of trees on the property. Supporting materials from the agent on August the 23rd. There is correspondence both in support and opposed to the application. There are 5 form letters from 32, 34, 46, 52 Parkdale and 259 Garden Avenue. And there's correspondence in opposition from 38 Parkdale, which would appear to be next door. So let's have the speaker or the agent on this application join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello, my name is Austin Emino of 82 Formosa Drive in Richmond Hill, and I'm the designer and agent for the owners of 40 Parkdale.
Thank you very much. Good morning, or good afternoon. Okay. Yeah, and just checking with you, moderator, we do have someone standing by in opposition? Yes. Okay, then you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so we're proposing to construct a 2-story rear addition and partial front porch enclosure on the property. In order to achieve more space for a growing family, we're seeking relief from the zoning bylaw for minor variances. We did look through 126 past committee files to make sure our proposal fit within past precedents. So we're requesting a reduced front yard setback of 1.63 meters, whereas 3.13 meters is the minimum, which is just for a partial porch enclosure on the existing porch footprint. There were 3 other properties which were approved for porch enclosures nearby to us, and 6 properties in total that were approved for reduced front yard setbacks. For the rear yard soft landscaping, we're requesting 47%, which is 33.17 square meters, whereas 50% or 35.33 square meters is required, which is due in part to maintaining the existing garage in the backyard. There were 12 other properties, most of which were approved for less soft landscaping than our proposal, and 47 Parkdale Road nearby to us was approved for 31.46% soft landscaping in the backyard. In terms of floor space index, we're proposing 0.91, which is 180.37 square meters, whereas 0.69 or 137.31 square meters is the maximum. There were 30 properties in the area which were approved for a floor space index of 0.91 or more. Of these, 21 of them added space in a rear addition to the house, with 7 having similar 2-story rear additions proposed. 19 Claude Avenue, about 1 block south of our property, had a density of 1.09 approved, and it has a very similar description of work to our proposal. We went door to door to all the neighbors within a 60-meter radius of our property. Along with the signed support letters, we also had verbal support from 45, 47, 49, and 54 Parkdale Road. We also had some correspondence with 267 Garden Avenue, which is kind of northwest of our property, and we just addressed their concerns on how the addition would look from their backyard. And then in terms of the letter sent in from 38 Parkdale Road, the homeowners did work a bit with them, and in our limited time, we did provide a sun study to them to kind of show the shadow impact of our addition. But I want to note that the backyards are north-facing, so there's not much direct sunlight to any north-facing windows. And in terms of their side door, which faces west towards our property, it's for a mudroom, so we're not sure how viewing our sidewall versus a fence to the west of them would impact the use of their room. And in terms of our proposed density of 0.91 versus the 0.69 permitted, it would be a 31.9% increase, not a 50% increase as their letter notes. And in terms of their mention to doing a 3rd floor instead, that just wasn't in the picture for the owners of our property and wasn't a consideration. But whether it's a rear addition or a 3rd floor, it still creates some sort of shadow impact at some point of day. And then in terms of our rear addition, we're not looking for a rear yard setback or building depth variance. It's just the density. So we're not extending any much further than where 38 Parkdale's rear 1-story addition is today. So therefore, we believe the overall impact of our addition to their property is minimal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions at this stage, panel? Mr. Nipfel?
Could you just clarify that your first variance is basically an existing condition? It's where the porch currently is, and you're just enclosing about a third of it. Is that correct?
Yes, so basically, in order to build that wall to create the enclosure, it triggers that front yard setback variance, but it's where the porch is today.
Thank you.
Okay then, moderator, let's have the person standing by join us, please. We'll ask that person to state their name as they join us.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me clearly?
Elisa, would you mind
Yes,
talking louder?
Let me see if I can adjust.
We hear you fine now.
We do? Okay, awesome. Thank you. Look, I thank the panel for the opportunity to present. My name is Melissa McGinnis, and my husband and I own the property at 38 Parkdale Road, which is located immediately beside the property in the application. As outlined in the letter, we're concerned about the request to enlarge the residential floor space to the 0.91 times of the area of the lot in the rear. We used the 4 tests that the committee uses to review the application. And the first one that we looked at was, the first test was the minor variance test. And as stated, we're concerned about the reduction in daylight, particularly in the afternoon, and the significant increase in shadows in the backyard and on our main floor. Our largest window is into the common areas, is actually into our dining room and the kitchen. The previous speaker is correct. There is one facing a window that is in a mudroom, but that's very much part of our living area. We are awaiting a comprehensive industry standard sun study from the applicant. And the applicant is correct that our view from the mudroom, as well as from our dining room, would be to a blank wall versus the view of our neighborhood. And so our perspective is that it doesn't constitute a minor change, and that it's roughly 50% increase over the allowable, in addition to that sun and shadow concern. The second test we reviewed was appropriate change. You know, the applicant has stated that they've looked at many homes in the area and that they've been similar, but really these homes are dating back to the early 1900s, and there have been significant turnover in a neighborhood of this age, and we're very much positive to development, but typically our neighbors have built up. These properties are set back in a bit of a pattern, and so many of the renovations have built up to ensure that there wasn't shadowing or issues with visual impact as a result. And so we believe that the variance in the application doesn't constitute appropriate change for the neighborhood. I know that there are 4 tests. We looked at those 2 tests, and so would ask the panel to consider the impact on our property and the impact in our living space for my husband and I and our 2 boys.
Thank you very much. Panel
You're welcome.
questions? Questions for speaker? Not hearing any. We'll go back now to the agent, who will have a chance to speak in rebuttal. And agent, we'd ask you to confine your comments to the issues that were raised by the speaker.
Yes, so I think kind of what I said before already kind of addressed what they were just talking about, so I wouldn't have anything different to add.
How about the concern about daylight? Daylight being reduced?
Yes, as I said, we had a very limited time to work with. We just kind of got their letter a couple days ago, which was, you know, kind of past the submission deadline, but we tried our best to do some sun studies for them in the time that we had to show that the impact to their backyard is minimal in terms of daylight throughout the day, with really only the end of the day being the concern here, since the backyards face north.
Well, is it your opinion that the reduction in daylight will be Minimal as in a, infinitesimal, or will it be significant?
Well, it's our opinion that it would be minimal in terms of the sun studies that we showed them, winter being the worst case scenario. It may be, went about 2 to 3 meters within their backyard space. So it doesn't go all the way up to their kind of mudroom extension.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, panel? No? In that case, I think we're ready to take the application into committee for a motion. Mr. Byke, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think what's before us is we've got basically 3 variances, and each of the variances relatively minor. Nothing that is jumping out at us suggesting that there's anything amiss. So I don't see any concerns with this particular application. I also note that there aren't any conditions attached to the application. So I'm quite happy to move a motion to approve with no conditions attached.
Thank you. Seconded?
Yeah, I will second it, but also I want to add a comment, just show that to this opposition. And I realize that there's no variances on the length or the height. So I think that the shadowing will not be of so much of impact. And that's why I'm supporting this application too. Yeah.
Thank you. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve. All those in favor, please show of hands. And that vote is unanimous to carry the motion. With that, the application is approved. Item number 13 is 98 Alcina Avenue. Before the panel are materials submitted with the application, agent correspondence July, arborist report July. There is a staff report from Urban Forestry. And there are 6 form letters in support, 40, 70, 86, 94, 96, and 103 Alcina, received in August. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
I'm the architect and agent for the project.
Good afternoon. Okay, could you state your name, please? Sorry,
Oh, sorry, yeah, Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture.
Very good. Okay. Panel members, any questions here? Hearing, okay, we'll just give it a second. All right, I'm not hearing any questions. Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is actually a very good application and very straightforward. I don't see there being any negative impacts, with the possibility of the 3rd floor terrace. But to his credit, the architect has already proposed a privacy screen, which is nice to see. We don't have to add it. And I believe there's a forestry condition number 3 that's been requested. And subject to providing the privacy screen as shown on, maybe just as shown on the drawings, and forestry number 3, I'd like to move approval of the application.
Thank you.
2.1. It's the drawing number A2.1.
Okay. So you're seconding with that addition. Okay. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor, please. Motion carried, and that application is approved. Number 14, 673 Crawford. We are looking at application materials. There is a previous committee decision from 2021 that affects the property. There's supporting materials of comparables from August. And there's correspondence in concern from both 671 and 668 Crawford. Let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Good afternoon. Just to check with the moderator. Moderator, do we have someone standing by here? Yes. Okay, Mr. Shakiri, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Indeed, we are requesting 3 variances. These are significantly less than the previous approval for the same property. No variance for the height whatsoever, no variance for the landscaping, neither on the front nor on the rear. The floor space index that we're proposing is also lower than the previous approval. And the side yard is a technical variance because we just keeping the existing wall on the side. You can see it's sort of angled. That's creating the variance. Other than that, the remainder of the walls we're proposing are in compliance with the zoning bylaw, and the front yard variance is also technical because the way the bylaw measures. But as you can see on the site, and these 2 houses are going to be in line with the neighbors. So I have no further comment. I have submitted evidence showing significantly higher approvals of the FSI, and happy to answer any question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay then, Mr. Niffel.
Just a very quick question, Mr. Chairman. Can you explain to me, you've submitted two floor plans for semi-detached, and the one to the north has an X through it. Can you give us some status on what's happening to the attached building and why this one's before us? I gather you had an approval for 2 semis that were somewhat identical, and can you why are you changing it, and what is the status of the attached building?
Excellent question, sir. We have application for the other one, for number 675, similar application. As you mentioned, these were semi-detached existing, which we are developing. The other one, we have another application submitted at the same time with number 673. For some reason, the number 675 is scheduled for next week. Usually they should go together. It makes it easier for us and of course for you as well. But for reasons out of our hands, the other one is scheduled for next week. I believe September 6th. I hope I answered your question.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the person standing by.
Hello, my name is Tara Chang. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. I am the property owner of 671 Crawford Street, which is just immediately south of 673 Crawford, the property in discussion. So my letter of concern is just that my walkway, which is between the houses, which belongs to me, be continuously and safely accessible to my tenants who require access to their units in the back, and as well as the storage sheds. So I understand that maybe some footing may be done alongside the south side of the property of 673, and I'm just wanting to make sure that there be provisions, some safety provisions in place for their safety of accessing the backside of the property. My tenants are female, and they are fearful that they have sent me an email saying that they're fearful that there could be a predator out in the neighborhood, and it's to the extent that I've had to put on security cameras into the property in the front side and the back side, as well as in the side of the property that is shared. And if there's proposals to use the laneway during the construction period, I think that that would be inappropriate for them because they are fearful of using a dark laneway to access their entrances.
Thank you. Okay. Let's give the, Mr. Nipfel, go ahead.
Is there a right-of-way over your laneway, or do you own it exclusively?
I own the laneway. However, over the years, I have allowed 673 tenants to walk alongside it to be good neighbors.
Okay, so you own from your property limit over to your, I'm just trying to figure out what the dimension is. It looks like it's, actually, we don't have it. Okay, but you're only concerned with the walkway on your property, right?
That is correct, but it actually butts against the 673.
Yeah, good enough. Thank you.
And I just wanted to add that the prior owner, when I asked for grading the walkway and over the years, there wasn't any inclination to share in the cost. So I myself have completely renovated the walkway, which is mine, over 2020, and that is completely new grading, which is along the shared properties, but that's my walkway.
Okay. Let's go back to the applicant, who'll have a chance to respond in rebuttal to your specific concerns. Applicant?
Sure. I'm looking at the survey, and I actually saw the letter of objection a few days ago. I discussed that with my client. He was unaware of any sort of right-of-way, and it's not shown on the survey. But nonetheless, if there is any right-of-way, the building is definitely going to be out of it because we are complying with the side yard setback, with the exception of the existing building. And I am glad that there is no planning comment on this. With regards to the construction time, there are municipal standards. I don't know if that's a concern of this committee, but any builder has to comply with those municipal standards, and there is bylaw enforcement looking over that. I have no further comment.
All right, thank you. Panel members, any further questions, or we can go into committee? Mr. Nipfel?
Why is the side wall flaying out towards the street? It's not straight like the rest. Is that part of an existing building?
Yes, sir. It is an existing wall which we are maintaining.
Okay, and I believe I'm putting words into her mouth, but I think I've got it right. I believe the concern of the neighbor next door was just that her walkway on her property be unobstructed during the time of construction, in particular because of the concern of two female tenants. And that, I'm presuming you don't have any difficulty agreeing to that because it's not your property, it's her property. That I believe goes without saying, sir. Whether I agree or disagree, they have the right over their property. So I believe that's the case. I've seen during years that the neighbors come to some sort of arrangements during construction, but whatever happens on the neighbors' property is entirely their call. And first of all, I agree, and secondly, I don't think if I have any jurisdiction or anybody has any jurisdiction on their own property, they can allow or disallow trespassing on that portion, indeed.
Thank you. Okay. Did you have a question too, Mr. Pratt? Yes?
Just a quick one. The rear balcony that's on the second or third floor, I can't quite remember. It looks like it's set within the roof structure. Is that correct? It's not protruding as much as a full balcony would?
Actually,
Sorry, I couldn't hear the voice. It was breaking up. Could you kindly repeat your question?
Sure thing, no problem. The balcony that you have on the, I believe it's the second floor, at the
Yes.
rear, it looks like it's set within the roof structure. Am I correct?
There is no. There is no. If you mean it's covered, no, it is not covered. It's open above. On the back side, there is a small balcony.
My concern is that if you've got a lot of, oops, bear with me, I just shut my monitor off. I'm concerned about overlook on I think it's the south side.
South side.
It's
That balcony
third
is
story, I believe.
East side, towards the backyard.
Yeah, I'm looking at drawing number, bear with me a second while I find the number, A09. It's your side elevation south.
I can't hear. Sorry if there is any discussion. I don't think if I can hear it.
So the balcony that you see on the
Hello?
drawing that's up in front of us, the balcony is at the rear, third floor. It's actually on both
I
properties.
can't hear the discussion. Hello.
Can you hear me now? It's on. Maybe try again. Hi, applicant, can you hear me?
Not sure if there is any dialogue because I cannot hear anything.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. Shakiri?
I don't know if there is any technical issue either from my side or from the other side.
Hello, applicant. Can you hear me?
Mr. Shakiri, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Chair, I think the problem is solved.
Okay, let's check it. Mr. Shakiri, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well, sir. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do. I think we're back in business. Very good.
Excellent. And I think we were in the middle of a question. I'm not quite sure if I got the question. Well,
So if I may repeat the question, on the third floor, on the south side, you've got a balcony on the third floor rear. On the south side, there would be overlooking your neighbor on the south side. I think it may require a privacy screen.
well, I have no objection if you want to add that as a condition, yet I have to mention that that is not a variance. So basically, they are entitled to that balcony, even a larger balcony, without any variance. This case has undergone a zoning review. We have a formal zoning notice. The variances are not written by means of a waiver, so we might have missed a variance or something. Again, I mean, if you wish to impose that condition as a privacy screen for any reason, I do not object. But we have that as part of the provisions of the current zoning bylaw, so we are allowed to have that, even without a privacy screen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no further questions, panel, we can go into committee for a discussion and a motion.
Oh, you want to? Okay, I can start. I have no problem with this application. If they agree on the privacy screen, that's fine. But I see that the balcony is actually quite small. I'm not too sure that it is an overlook problem, but I'm fine with the privacy screen. But the only thing I feel a little bit funny is that if they are proposing a semi-detached, if we are going to approve it, this one now, will it make it difficult or easier for the next week's decision on the other one? That's my fun. Otherwise, I think the variances are minor, and in this area, the density, the FSI is acceptable. So I move for approval with the privacy screen on the third floor, balcony on the south edge. Yeah.
Okay. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show of hands. Motion is carried by unanimous vote, and the application is so approved. And we move along to number 15, 18 Ellsworth Avenue. Here we have application materials, photographs of the property, August, tree photographs, June, arborist report, June, list of comparables, August, tree inventory and preservation plan, June, and agent correspondence, August 29. There is support in the form of 5 form letters from 10, 16, 20, and 25 Ellsworth. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
My name is Andrew Breon, 545 Sherburne Street.
Okay, good afternoon. Panel members, any questions for the agent?
No.
Not hearing any. Okay. Is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. This is indeed an extremely minor request, and I have no reason not to approve it. I'd like to move forward with a motion to approve, no conditions attached.
Very good, seconded by Mr. Knepfel.
Would you consider a friendly amendment to have the rear deck screened as shown on the drawings?
Sure, that will be fine. That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm happy to second it.
Very good. Okay, it is moved and seconded to approve. Let's go to a vote. All those in favor, please, show of hands. Unanimous vote. Carries the motion. The application is approved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 16, 54 Peterborough Avenue. Panel has before it application materials. There's an order to comply from 2022. There is comment from Transportation Services. And there is opposition from 27 Via Italia, received August the 22nd.
Mr. Chairman, do we have to change the purpose because it's in order to comply?
Oh, hi, this is Jean.
Hi there, good afternoon. Just stand by for a moment. We're just...
Good afternoon, hi.
Well, actually, I think we do have a question for you, and it's with respect to the order to comply. So,
yes, okay.
If you could tell us the background on the order to comply and where it is now with that process.
Oh, that actually has ceased. The order to comply was, at the time, they had a change of inspector during COVID, and therefore the new inspector came, didn't see anyone, but however, got a complaint by, I believe, a neighbor, and put on the sticker to comply, thinking that we are working in the building without a permit. And then we invited the new inspector, Wallace, Mr. Wallace, and he is also now no longer the inspector for that area. And but he has cleared it, and you can check it with the city, that it was basically given because no one answered at that time, and they got the complaint from the neighbor that we were constructing, but we were actually demolishing the interiors of the building. And also due to the fact that it was lagged at the time, we had to start demolishing because of some of the neighbors were complaining how poor condition the building was in, especially the garage area, and we had to take it out because there was a lot of rodents from the previous owner when we purchased it. The building was basically in a terrible shape of like deteriorating, and the roof was also damaged and leaked. And so therefore we decided, for all different measures, and we were during COVID, there was no way to get the building permit approved earlier, and a lot of delays, 2.5 years to get a building permit, believe it or not. So then we had to demolish, and that was explained to Mr. Wallace, and he then voided or seized and took away the order.
Thank you.
Through you,
So there
Mr.
is no
Chair,
longer an
we
order.
have checked, and the order to comply is closed.
Thank you. Okay.
So is the work completed?
The work is not completed. It is still under renovations right now.
Okay, thanks.
And it is with a city permit. Everything is permitted. And so I just want to also speak to the board and to about the letter from Paul, Mr. Paul. I can't remember the last name. I'm not able to open up the file now. About I think there's a confusion of his opposition because he probably is mistaken that the building permit hasn't gone through, but it has been fully permitted. So the lifting of the first floor has been permitted, and actually is very favored by the building examiner because it allowed more window space for the basement, for the lower level. And also that about the legal non-conforming mixed use is actually a grandfathered mixed use. And in fact, if it can be go back to a residential use, I would say hallelujah to that, because I actually wanted not to have the convenience store. And however, the zoning department refused it because of the fact that the zoning has approved and has been for the last 38 years a convenience store.
Okay.
And so therefore they will not take that away. So I guess this so the zoning is the variance is only on the staircase itself, which has been approved by the transportation authority.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you state your first and last name and address?
It's Marianne Jean Chan, and my husband is here as well. It's Ira Cohen.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the agent?
The gentleman that wrote in, is he online? Is he going to speak?
No, he's not. No, there's no one registered to speak in opposition.
Okay.
No. Nope. So I think we can take it into committee. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
I think this is quite a straightforward application in that we are only dealing with the exterior stairs. And the non-conforming use is there for like 40 years. I don't think I have any problem with this, and I will go and would like to move for approval with no conditions.
Thank you. Seconded, Mr. Nipfel. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please. And there's a vote. Unanimous consent. Carry the motion, and the application is approved. Number 17 is 73 Melville Avenue. On this application, committee has before it the plans submitted at the time of application, photographs of the property, June. There's a location map and photographs of comparable application precedents. There are revised plans from August 29 and a red line public notice showing a list of variances revised August 29. There's a cover letter from the agent, also August 29. There's a report from the manager of traffic, transportation, August 24th. In support, correspondence from 34 Melville. In interest or concern, correspondence from 118 Yarmouth, 77 Melville, 57.5 Melville, and 72 Melville. In opposition, there is correspondence from 62 Melville, 75, 71, 71 again, and 64. Also from 70. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a comment before we start on this one? Because I find that in the supplemental submission with all the revisions, they are not put in the format that is easily understood. Maybe you should go through, it's a good idea to go through those also, yeah, first.
Okay.
Could I make a comment as well? I think it's unreasonable to expect people that are in opposition to this application to digest all this. This was filed very late. We got it at 8:30 last night. There are changes, they may be positive, but there are changes to the application, there are changes to the variances. I think it's unreasonable to try and understand and negotiate them in this hearing and to expect the public to understand them. I think the application should be deferred.
Okay. Let's go to the applicant who is standing by. And he's here. The applicant's here. Okay. So we are concerned about the changes that came in. Because they came in late, it was hard to distribute them to those that might be interested. So
yes, I could speak to that, Mr.
So go ahead and speak to that, please.
I'm the agent. My name is Michael Cruz. I'm the agent to the client and also their designer. My client had spoken with the neighbors prior to when the application became public, and he only received some minor concerns verbally. Then we received, the several letters of opposition and concern before you, and at that point, we had discussions, and the owner had decided to listen to those concerns and made some significant adjustments and changes in response to that. And that was because we only received the significant opposition was right at the time, a couple of days prior to this hearing, and we did our best to make the adjustments and then communicate them to you for the hearing today.
Okay, and in your view, do the revisions that you've made, do they make the application, very, very substantially more in line with the bylaw, more compliant, or are they modest? Are they small?
I think they are significant. They are significant, I do believe.
Okay.
And
we have three standing by to speak on this one. So, Mr. Niffel's concern, though, let's take it into committee for a minute to discuss where we'd like to go with respect to deferral or proceeding now. Panel members, any thoughts?
I can, actually, I understand and I do feel uncomfortable to receive very late material, but on the other hand, I think that if they can clarify, I think that there's one mistake anyway, but if they can clarify and also is to reduce the scope, I think I'm ready to hear it today. Yeah, if they can clarify all the deletions and revisions, yeah.
My concern is that material, and notwithstanding, there's good intention here. They've made revisions not just out of the sky, but in response to concerns. But we don't know that all the people that were concerned have seen all this. The only people that would have seen this, presumably, are the people that went on to the site last night and late last night. Mm-hmm. I just think as a matter of principle, we shouldn't be accepting revisions and negotiating the changes at this late state. I think it's unfair to the general public. And it's going to take us a while to go through because it's a different application. So I stand by the fact that I think that it should be deferred to allow people to, and for us to have a better appreciation of the application before us.
I understand, yeah. Mr. Wyatt?
Just add my 2 cents worth, and I think I agree with Mr. Niffel. And I just heard the applicant as well mention the substantial changes, if I've heard you correctly. I think given that you've got substantial changes, and when you look at the revised red line public notice, it's very colorful, to say the least. There's blue, red, and black all over the place. So it would take a little bit of time to really get a clean sense of exactly what is being requested. So I would move for a deferral as well.
So, and I go along with you. I do want to hear from those that have registered and are standing by on the application. Let's just gauge their sentiment with respect to proceeding or deferring. So, moderator, if you could connect for me, please, with the first registered speaker standing by in opposition.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shu Yi Chu. My address is 64 Melville.
Good afternoon. Okay, I have just one question for you, and I'll say this to you and to those that I'll speak to next. I do not want to begin to dig into the detail of this application or your actual concerns about the impacts. My question to you is more simple than that. Late yesterday, the applicant submitted a list of revised variances, basically making the variances less onerous. But this was done so late that committee got it late, yesterday evening, and our guess is that many of the people that were concerned and who wrote in would not have had time or necessarily reason to look for such a development. So our question to you is whether you would be comfortable in seeing the application deferred so that the revised application can be packaged and distributed to those that are interested in the application. How would you feel about deferral?
Yes, I have no objection to deferral. In fact, the document that's presently showed on screen, I don't believe I've seen that. I've only seen the modified, the letter for modification this morning, and given it's a work day, I've had to take some time off work to look at it just very briefly. So I am in support and have no objection to deferral.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's go to the next speaker standing by.
Hello?
Good morning, or good afternoon. State your name, please.
Good morning, afternoon. My name is Terry Shear. I live at 71 Melville, which is the house directly to the east of the applicant.
Very good. I have a single question for you, Terry. As I just explained, you've heard what's going on in the last, basically, 24 hours. Would you be... The panel is inclined to defer the application to allow for redistribution. How would you feel about deferral of the application?
I do not support deferral. I think that the revisions made do not address the two major objections in the 10 objection letters. So they didn't change. I don't think that they were substantial changes. The major change that I saw was actually to something that wasn't even listed in the variance request, which was the car lift.
Okay, let's not get into details. No, I don't want to go into details.
Okay.
But
no problem.
But your thought would be to go ahead and hear the application now.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Okay. Moderator, let's go to the next speaker standing by.
Dan, you've been unmuted.
Okay. Hi there. My name's Dan Rosen. I live with my family at 75 Melville Avenue, which
Hi
is
there.
the property
Okay.
just to the west.
Okay, Daniel, my question for you. You've heard what we're talking about here. How would you feel about deferral in order to allow the revisions that have been submitted to be properly distributed to all concerned?
Yeah, I did access the updated letter on the Application Information Center, and all of my concerns are still there and haven't been addressed. So I'm still prepared to speak to those today. I didn't see it in this form that's on the screen. It's in the letter, but I think that I understand most of what's been submitted.
You'd say go ahead and hear it today. Okay, so just so you understand, the committee itself will deliberate on first of all on this question of deferral, whether or not we defer or proceed to hear the application today. But that'll be the committee's decision, but we did want to gauge sentiment from those standing by in opposition. So thank you. Okay, panel, you've heard here that two people are saying go ahead, hear it as it stands, even with the revisions. And one person is okay with the idea of deferral. So let's take it into committee and decide what we're going to do.
I just make I make a comment. I think that it lies on the panels. I think if the majority of the panel feel that they're not ready for these changes or to hear it, I think that I will go with that too, because it really, what's the point if we do not think that we are ready?
Okay. So anyway, go ahead.
I reviewed this material late. I'm more concerned with the public, but I'd be prepared to go ahead because the last two speakers both said that even with the revisions, it doesn't address their major concerns. So, I mean, as long as the changes can be explained quickly, I don't want to spend 45 minutes walking through what's changed. We just don't have that much time.
No, okay. So, well, so you've changed your mind and you've changed your mind, but
No, I didn't change my mind. I just
I think
thought
we
that,
need a motion here.
yeah, if we, most of us do not feel we're ready, I go with the majority.
You see, I would go ahead too. I've also changed my mind, having listened to the speakers.
I would move that we proceed because the people are prepared to comment, but we've got to go through the changes
All right.
as expeditiously as possible.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? There is no second. The motion fails.
Oh, you had a motion already?
I said I thought we should proceed.
Carlos is making a motion to proceed. Hear the application today.
But that's the original intention. We did not have a motion to defer, so anyway.
I know, but we've had a lot of discussion here. I think we need to clarify where we stand next. I've changed my mind, so have you, and so has Carl. I think we need a motion now to determine with clarity where we stand. And so Carl has moved that we go ahead with it today. Is anyone seconding that motion?
You're seconding it. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Moved and seconded to hear the application today. All in favor, please show hands. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, when we go through the changes, what would be very helpful, because there's no...
Just let me finish the vote, because we haven't quite finished the vote yet.
Sorry.
Those opposed? Mr. Byatt? Okay. Let the record show Mr. Byatt is opposed. But that motion therefore stands and is carried. We will hear the application today as revised by the submission of yesterday. But applicant, we want you to make the changes you've proposed clear to us in a very quick and simple way.
And if the revision was in response to a concern you heard, could you tell us that as well?
These are responses from the concern
Okay,
you heard.
yeah.
So you have 5 minutes now to present your proposal.
We can hardly hear you. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Do you have also the revised drawings that we submitted?
Yes.
These are, okay, because those drawings, in a sense, could be amended because they do reflect the items that I will be addressing. So I'll go through them very quickly, as quickly as I can. So item number 1, there is a 1.5 meter privacy screen being provided along the side wall and partially along the rear wall. The terrace itself is only 9 feet deep. Item number 2. The sidewall heights have been reduced by 0.68 meters by 2 feet. The FSI, we understand, is high, but the lot is one of the smallest lots.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We need to go variance by variance, and we need to know exactly what the measurement is. So variance number 2 is being amended from 10.81 meters to what? And that needs to be said publicly.
Okay. We have to do, applicant, and I should have been with you on that. We do need to amend the public notice with your actually stating the changes that you are making, and but I wanted to, don't please get into explaining or supporting it, just the simple numbers. So variance number 1, does it change?
No.
Number 2?
Yes.
Could you state the new number, please?
10.81 minus 1.68. Sorry, I'd have to calculate that. I apologize, I should have had that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps we can set aside this item. Let's move on to the next items until the applicant can go through each of the variances and make sure that he's prepared with measurements.
Excellent idea.
Okay.
So do you see what we're going to do, applicant? I'm going to come back to you in a few minutes after we've done another couple of applications. Use that time, if you would, to calculate all the numbers that we'll need to update the public record of what we're voting on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're putting that one aside. Number 17 is set aside. And the panel will move on now to number 18, 163 Hammersmith. And on this application, we have before us those materials submitted at the time of the application. There is a tree protection plan, July the 5th. There's support from 157, 168, 162, 171, and 172 Hammersmith Avenue. Let's have the agent join us, please. State your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Hudson of Hudson Architecture.
Good afternoon. Okay. Moderator, do we have someone standing by here? There's no one standing by? No. Okay. So, Mr. Hudson, good afternoon to you. Panel members, any questions for him? Go ahead, Mr. Nipfel.
Just one question. Mr. Hudson, on the letters of support, I noticed that there isn't any support noted from either of your adjacent neighbors, 165 and 161. Can you tell us about your conversations with them?
They weren't my conversations, they were my clients, and I should tell you that too late to submit, 165 Hammersmith has offered their support.
Okay,
so they're on board.
And what about 161? Are they opposed?
Well, I wouldn't presume that. I don't know it for a fact because I wasn't the one canvassing the neighborhood, but I would imagine that they're not. But I don't know for a fact.
Okay, thanks.
Further questions, panel? Let's go into committee then. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this application is very sympathetic to its context. The size, the form are quite similar to what's adjacent. It doesn't extend in the backyard beyond its neighbors, and as of now, it has the support of the neighbor on the north, and presumably, because we didn't hear otherwise, the neighbor on the south is not having some difficulty with this. So I'd like to move approval and without any conditions.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Byatt. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve without condition. All those in favor, please. Unanimous vote carries the motion. The application is approved. Number 19. Number 19 is 10 Patricia Drive, and the committee has before it application materials, a photograph of the property. There's a staff report from Urban Forestry. Agent, join us, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and panel members. My name is Lewis. Address is 4 Munhall Road, Etobicoke, Ontario.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members, questions for Lewis? No. I think fairly simple what he's looking to achieve. Anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
This is an extremely straightforward one, and the request is very minimal. So I'd like to move approval without condition.
Subject to forestry.
Subject to forestry one.
Seconded by, so it is moved to approve, subject to forestry, seconded by Ms. Chan. All those in favor, please show of hands. Thank you. Vote unanimous. Motion carries. Number 19 is approved. So now we shall return to number 17, which was set aside a few moments ago. It will be actually the last item on the agenda, and we will be going into recess after it. So we could move back now to the set-aside item, number 17. And we'll ask that agent to join us once again, please. The agent is here in person.
I'm sorry, I haven't been able to make the calculations, clear, because I approach it from one side. I didn't realize I have to give you the exact numbers that we're looking to reestablish the variances, and I can't do that.
You're not going to be able to.
I tried, but I can't do it in this short period of time. I tried, I couldn't do it in this short period of time.
All right, so.
And I understand why and how you want to adopt it.
So panel, Asian is unable to provide us with the detailed numbers we need to amend the public notice.
I think we have to defer.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll look to panel for a motion, please. Mr. Byatt?
Oh, go.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move a motion to defer so that the agent can clarify, present.
Thank you. And that is seconded by Ms. Chan.
And just to clarify, you'll discuss the changes with the neighbors?
Yes.
Before coming back?
Yes, we will.
Yeah, thanks.
So to those who are listening and to whom we had spoken, we had planned to go ahead and hear the application today, but we are now in a situation where the applicant has informed the panel that he's unable to provide the detailed numbers that we need to officially amend the public notice. So this being the case, we are simply in a position where we need to defer it so that a revised, accurate public notice can be distributed.
And drawings. And drawings.
And drawings, of course, and drawings. And we've also asked that consultation take place during that time. So there's a motion before the panel right now. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor, show of hands, please. Motion carries. With that, the application is deferred, and this portion of the today's agenda is completed. So we will now recess and take till 2:30.
For 1 hour, yes.
Recess and resume at 2:30 p.m.
2:30, okay. After you have to go home.
Can you go online? Can you do it? Is that easier? Can you not come in online if you're going to go home anyway?
But I have to carry the computer. If I go home, I just carry the charger.
Okay.
Okay.
See you soon.
Bye.